Darkness fills your life and pains you dream. When evil forces have deformed your dream, it's time to open up your heart to let the light shine through. No matter how you look at it, you'll always know it's true.
GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's our easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
People by your side forsaking you, and you cry because you don't know what to do. It's time to open up your heart to let the light shine through. No matter how you look at it, you'll always know it's true.
GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's our easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
It's time to open up, to let your heart decide what's true.
GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's our easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's our easily surpass the rest. And when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
If I would shed my tears in this downtown fantasy, many of them call reality. If I would lose my name to this senselessness, I seek truth in riverside or insanity. chance. Losing the horse, build up the seas, set the serpents alight. Define their hearts, behold your sight. For those windmills, let them run again. 'Cause I will fight. Let it be the cold rain, be it battle I cannot survive, or another cursed spirit come from the tide. Every morning, every night, my fate confide. Beyond our years upon the bridge across the stranger light. Those devils never break out of their great disguise. So I will fight. Another stone, another falsely fight. Those rambling words they pressed upon my soul. Every inch I march towards the fatal side. Against the winds, against the lights, I shall conquer that. 'Cause when you stop to dream, your whole heart gives into life.
Tell my uncle, tell my aunt, I got my teeth in nice and straight. Chicken nuggets in my pants, I'm on my way to the Buckeye State. Oh hi, round on the end, high in the middle. Oh hi, oh hi, oh, oh hi, oh hi, oh.
Oh, how high I oh.
Left my home in Timbuktu with my banjo on my knee.
Look at me, I'm Sandra Dee.
On our way to Ohio. Oh hi, oh, round on the end, high in the middle. Here's the riddle, what's round on the end and high in the middle?
Oh yeah, it's Switzerland.
No, it's Ohio.
Oh, how high I oh. Up in Cincinnati, there's a gal named Clarabelle. If she knew I was on my way, I'm pretty sure she'd run like.
Hello, Cleveland. Hello, Toledo. Hello, Columbus.
Buongiorno, Brad.
Ohio, round on the end, high in the middle. Here's the riddle, what's round on the end and high in the middle?
Oh, I know this. It's
No, it's Ohio. Stupid dummy.
Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places, bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Thank you, Energy. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope y'all had a good weekend while I was gone. Nice to see you all again. Thank you to Mars Fireball for 5 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Always Be Clothing. Thank you for 46 months. My goodness. Mike, well, nice to see you talk about the pirate change at Disneyland. Or should I email? I want to email, otherwise it might not come up, per se. If you've seen it, I'm curious what you think about it, because it's already divisive. It's divisive. So yeah, I'm curious. Warden Cliff, thank you so much for 37 months. My goodness, look at all these long month streaks. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Nick Toilet, thank you for 15 months. Appreciate that. And I also appreciate the amazing art you did for Fishing Week. My shirt came in while I was gone. There you go, everyone. Store.giantbomb.com. You can still get your Fishing Week merch. So, yes, Nick Toilet did an amazing work on that logo. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bort Funk. Bort! My name is also Bort. Thank you so much for subscribing to Prime. Appreciate that. Hope you are doing well. And thank you to C. Toff Monte Cristo for following while I was gone. All right. But yeah, hope you're all doing well. Hope the rest of Fishing Week went well. I'm a little sad I missed the rest of it, but not too sad because I was, partying in New Orleans, which was a lot of fun, it turns out. Turns out the food there is really good. Really, 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 really good. We are getting back to Star Trek 25th anniversary. I think we have 3 more episodes to get through. Let's see. Maybe we can play through the rest of those today, right? 3 episodes. We can do that. Yeah, I need to watch them play the Final Fantasy 15 VR fishing game. It's so awesome that they did that. That pleases me. I'm asleep. Thank you for 32 months. Hope you're doing well. Engage. That's a different one, to be honest, but that's okay. I don't think Kirk says anything too cool when they start. All right. The first stream, was it the first stream just it not working?
Space.
I think I got that right.
The final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its mission? To explore strange new worlds.
Yeah, we know.
To discover new life and new civilizations.
It's gonna skip it while I make it big.
To boldly go where no man has gone before.
He doesn't say anything cool when they start. He doesn't say anything cool as like a order. But Carly says engage specifically when he wants the ship to move. The warp speed, It is starring them. And remember when Star Trek 2009 came out, and it had a pretty good score, but then during the credits, the original theme did all of a sudden kick in. That was pretty good. There's definitely things you can criticize about that movie. That movie was kind of good, wasn't it? Alright. Now the weird thing about this game, I have to wait till I get through the intro before I can load a save file.
Though the Enterprise is...
Sign Guy Bubsy, thank you so much for 41 months. Appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know the audio is everyone should be good. Okay. Ah, that's right. Hey, Sin13, thank you so much for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. So, I did name the save file after the place I need to go, because I knew I was going to forget. It's something about Klingons. Rockhor. Let's talk to Spock anyway, just to make sure.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Alright. If it's anything like all these other ones, we are almost certainly immediately going to be fighting some Klingons. Let me check the star map. Hey, Chuck, how's it going? Check my star map to see where Rockhor is. That's in the manual. Number 9. Okay. Very top right one. What was that noise? What the hell was that? Alright. Navigation. Oh, this blue one. Hey, Duck Typo. Let me guess, someone's gonna attack me, I'm gonna have to raise my weapons and shields. We got a weapons.
Of course, Captain. Instruments indicate that we have
we're off course.
Klingon neutral zone. Klingon ship is arming its weapon systems and raising shields.
Damage control standing by, sir.
Message from the Klingon commander, sir.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Enterprise, you are in violation.
I thought I was supposed to go here. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Man, did I mess up my saves or what is it? I'm supposed to...
Nothing to report.
Why is he saying
Captain.
nothing to report? He's supposed to tell me things. Where am I right now? I even wrote down, go to Rockport. Oh, wait. Is it this one? Is there one that was more top right that I didn't realize? No. I don't think you can go over there. Okay, number 9 is definitely Rockport, and number 9 is definitely this one. So what am I? Stop every time I touch the phone. Alright, fine. I just won't charge you during this one. God. It is annoying that
We're off course, Captain.
Instruments, Klingon ship.
Damage control. Message from
it is annoying the way the game, like the game's episodic, but you can't save when you are in between missions. You have to finish a mission, and then get your briefing about the next mission, and then save. Which is a problem because something is off here. You can maybe load the save and check out our captain's log.
Captain's log.
Right. So we finished another fine mess. I might just need to look at the guide real quick and see what the hell it wants me to do at the beginning of Mission 5, because somehow I'm not going to the right place. Star Trek, 20th anniversary. Yeah. It's possible I, like, misunderstood what they were saying and I'm not even supposed to go to this place. Oh, do I need to search in the computer first? Oh, God. I always forget about that. Thank you. How do we even do that? Is it C for computer? Yep. Alright, I'm gonna... H-R-A-K-K-O-R, Rockport.
Krakur 4, a world in Klingon space, which has belonged to the Empire for at least 4 generations, governed by the Kenka family. The population of Krakur is not known.
Okay.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Well, I did that. That wasn't useful. Let me just look at this up. I'm so certain that I was supposed to go there. So we did Demon World. Another fine mess is the last one. Alright. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to look up all sorts of things. I think I'm supposed to use the computer to look up almost everything I can about all this stuff, apparently.
Klingons. A humanoid life form that has used
Oh,
genetic
duct tape, I'm glad you got that.
to stratify their population. Their homeworld is Kling. Klingon's culture is based
No, it's
on
not.
the principle of survival of the fittest, either through guile or physical force. Principles of honor are used to prevent the culture from killing itself completely.
Kling?
But these principles are extended outside their species, only to non-Klingons who have proved themselves in battle. Negotiations over planets in the disputed area have been slowly advancing, hindered by recent Klingon technological exchanges with the Romulans. The Klingon Empire itself is economically backward and poorly organized, but their military force is extremely formidable.
Kling? This game came out while Next Generation was on the air. We had the Klingon lore updated. It's Kronos. What the hell? Kling? Was that ever the case? That the home planet of the Klingons was called Kling? Also, they're kind of making them sound like a bunch of, like, stupid barbarians, which is, like, that's not... Okay, I don't... The computer's wrong. The hell was that? Zamp 4. I'm mad.
Zamfor, the third planet in the Digifal system, a Class M world. See Digifal.
What the hell's all this about Digifal? It's weird that, like, Spock wouldn't even help me.
Available, Captain.
Oh, did I spell Digifal wrong? One L.
Digifal, a system near the Klingon.
You said
neutral
fall
zone.
a moment ago.
Digifal contains 2 habitable planets, Digifal 3 and Digifal 4. Digifal 3, also known as Zem4, contains ruins of a civilization that abandoned the planet approximately 20,000 years ago and has been declared a protected world for archaeological reasons.
And then... Kenka? What's Kenka? Why am I looking these up?
Vlicht,
Oh.
a member of the Kenka family, an old Klingonese family of noble origins, the governing family of Krakur. Vlicht is the first Kenka to reach flag rank, and as such, has been posted back away from the frontier. Vlicht has 2 sons in the service, but nothing is known of his wife or other children. He is believed to be the current commander of the Klurta, and one of the most respected commanders in the Klingon fleet. He is said to be an avid fencer.
The... Alerta?
Klurta, flagship of the Klingon Empire, a modified Klingon heavy cruiser. The Klurta engaged and severely damaged the USS Constellation before the Organian Treaty was put into effect at Alpha Aquila 7. The ship has seen little action since then, having been given the post of being the Emperor's flagship. The current commander is Admiral Vlicht Kenka. Its
There
first
is an
officer
episode of Next Generation where they call it Kling. Heart of Glory for Season 1. I believe that was the first, like, Klingon-centric episode of TNG. Interesting. Kling. Kling. So weird. Somebody was like, we can't call it. Guys, that's really stupid. Let me save this game. Oh, they've done all that. Okay. Let's see where Zephyr or the other thing is. It's either of those are on my map. They're a little befuddled. Okay. It was, Okay, Digifal is number 7. I guess we're going to Digifal, which is this guy. Alright.
Captain, a Klingon battle cruiser has entered the system.
Open hailing frequencies. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Klingon battle cruiser, you are in Federation space. You must leave immediately.
I am Commander Taraz of the Nizra. We are in pursuit of a genocidal criminal. We are performing an act of mercy in removing him from your space. Naturally, you will remove your vessel from this system. For your own safety, of course.
I think we can take care of ourselves, Taraz, which is more than I can say for you, if the Nizra does not leave Federation space at once.
See, I know how I would talk to TNG Klingons. Original series Klingons, I don't know.
You are in direct violation of the Organian Treaty, mister. If you have a problem, have your fleet commander take it up with them. If a Federation criminal were to pass into Klingon space, you'd be saying the same thing to me.
That seems reasonable.
Who do you think you're trying to fool, Taraz? Get your ship out of here now. I think we can. You are in direct. I think we can take care of ourselves. Who do you think you are in direct violation of the?
If we are not allowed to capture this criminal, Captain, you may do this for us. We insist that we remain here to monitor the situation, but we will take no action, provided that you can bring him to us in 12 hours.
Agreed. Vessels of war are not allowed in Federation space. You will pull back to the Organian neutral zone. And agreed.
I mean, 2 sounds right, but then the mission ends.
To the Organian neutral zone. Agreed.
I guess I'll do this. I don't know.
Vessels of war are not allowed in Federation
I mean, he's
space.
violating a treaty.
To the Organian neutral zone.
Bloodborne.
And do so immediately.
No, they seem to be very much TOS Klingons still. I don't know.
Agreed.
Maybe I've got to show a little diplomacy here and just go with their terms, even though they're kind of stupid. What was my AIM screen name? My very first one was Green Boy 08, because green was my favorite color. I was a boy, and 8 was my favorite number. Then from that, I went to Yoshi Boy 08, because I liked Yoshi. And then, I think that was it for AOL screen names. My next, handle was The Doc, which I adopted when I started playing, Team Fortress Classic, because I would play as the medic. So it was capital D, lowercase a, capital D, OC, The Doc. Then I came up with Tokoto when I was playing Battlefield 1942. And then Tokoto stuck. Alright, we gotta find this guy, I guess. What do you think, Spock?
Nothing to report, Captain.
You're supposed to have advice for me. Fine, we'll just go into orbit.
Entering standard orbit.
Alright. I guess we're gonna just beam down. Maybe we can scan anything.
Assemble a landing party. Unless we find this so-called criminal, we're going to war.
That seems unreasonable. Life forms, you little life forms. Whoa, shit! This is a beautiful place. Who is that?
Save new game.
Planet. Alright, who are you?
Greetings, my children. I
What's
can
Copper?
barely imagine that you have come
It's an animal.
so far.
I am Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. Did you know the Klingons are looking for you? I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. What did you do to get the Klingons so upset? We're not your children, and we don't appreciate this wild goose chase you forced. I am Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship
Hey,
Enterprise.
Chris, thank you for 56
What
bucks.
did you
Hope
do
you're
to
doing
get the
well.
Klingons
Appreciate
so
it.
upset?
Hope you guys had a good weekend. Hope you enjoyed the fireworks. Yeah, let's go with this one. I don't want to tip the hat to him and be like, "Hey, you're wanted for murder." Is that true? Because if someone said that to me, I'd be like, "No."
Quaint expression. I have done nothing to anger them. I did with them what I have done with everyone.
And exactly what would you have done with them? Entering Klingon space for anything puts the peace in peril. Whatever you did has them very upset. They're raiding worlds looking for you. And exactly what would you have done?
Jeopardize the peace? Hardly. Peace is what I preach. I am Quetzalcoatl, as you well know from the proud history of your world.
Quetzalcoatl? How fitting you would name yourself after one of the most bloody-handed gods in Earth's history.
Bloody-handed? My people love peace.
Can't get
Your
enough of it.
followers regularly sacrificed other believers to you after you left, offering you their still-beating hearts. Ha! You mean your followers loved pieces and
That's cute.
slaughtered other believers hoping you'd return. Your followers regularly...
Impossible. You must be lying.
And then your followers were destroyed, because when white men arrived on that continent, they were believed to be you in your promised return. Your people perverted your teachings, then were destroyed by it.
It was their fault.
Lying creatures, my gift was wasted upon you. Be gone.
What the? What? What? The fuck?
You are not the inheritors of the noble Aztec world. What you have said has greatly disturbed me. You should not lie so. You shall remain here until you have learned the error of angering Quetzalcoatl.
Alright. I have to admit, this is very TOS. Very original series. Remember that god? They're real. They're in space. Now he's Captain Kirk's problem.
Those vines would be useful to escape, if we could reach them.
Do I look like Houdini to you? I'm afraid you're going to have to pull the rabbit out of the hat on this one.
No enemies in sight, but supplies could be a problem if we don't get out.
What do you think, Snake?
You get no response.
Grab the snake. I'm gonna have to stun this snake.
It is logical that an entity that professes to teach peace would render our phasers inoperative.
Oh, they don't work anymore? What's the problem?
It looks like a Zamphorian pit snake, a rather common species in this region, noted by galactic herpetologists for their quickness. It is not venomous or dangerous to humans.
We need to use it as a rope.
Doesn't seem to want to be grabbed, sir. It just slithers back to its hole.
Can't you be faster?
The snake is too quick to be easily grabbed before it retreats, Captain.
You give it like a shot?
Why would you want to do that? Let's not go misusing a medical kit, Jim.
One Starfleet regular.
Okay, so I can't stun it. I mean, can't I just grab this vine? It's right there.
The vine will not support you.
I guess not.
There is nothing at the moment for me to do there.
There's this light.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Really?
Nothing to report.
Guess we'll just look at it.
There is a light suspended from above by a chain. There is a vine hanging down into the pit.
What's up there?
Feral red eyes glare out of the dark at you.
Oh.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Really? What about the vine?
This vine is not likely to support our weight by itself, Captain. You would have to find some way to reinforce it.
There, now pick it up. Got nowhere to go. Don't walk back over that way, you idiot. Reach into the hole. You there, Ensign, reach into that hole.
It's coming out again, sir.
Then get it!
It's coming out again, sir.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna stand here and block its hole. Now you go grab it.
Doesn't seem to want to be.
The snake is too quick to...
Don't you hate when these games don't really want to follow your logic at all? What's in the hole?
James T. Kirk.
Oh no, I don't want to look at Kirk.
There is a tiny hole in the wall at this point. Certainly no human could crawl through here.
Hey, Foster Flakes, thank you for 13 months, appreciate it. I'm trying to block the hole. Game won't let me. Just block it with our gun.
It is logical that... It is logical... It would appear that this is where the snake lives, Captain.
There's 4 of us. I feel like together we could grab a snake.
Nothing to report.
With our powers combined. Hey, Kane.
You fail to obtain anything.
The hole is empty, sir.
Hey, Choco Plantain, thank you for 26 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, there's nothing else in here. I don't have any other tools. This can't be that hard of a puzzle. There's only so much we can do right now.
This moss is covered with a very sticky substance.
Well, isn't that interesting?
You fail to obtain anything.
Oh, no, pick up the moss. Oh, come on.
This variety of moss seems to leave a very sticky resin behind, perhaps to trap the large amounts of pollen from the plants on the surface and use it as a secondary food source.
I mean, that's great. Now let's use the sticky moss.
The vine is attached to a tree above you.
Okay. We have sticky moss.
The vine will not support you.
I'm not allowed to just pick up the moss.
It is logical that an but
we're getting closer. Can I rub the snake on the moss once I get him? I have nothing else in my inventory. I click on it, I like use moss. Won't like it.
Sure is sticky, sir. I can't see much use in it.
Oh my god.
The resin does not seem to have any unusual properties.
No toxic reaction. It appears to be ordinary except for this resin.
That snake
Are
bones.
you nuts? There's no way I'm touching any damn snake.
For crying out loud. I guess we'll die.
There is nothing at the moment. There is nothing at the moment.
Is this like a speed thing? Am I supposed to get it right when he comes out?
There is
God,
nothing
he's
at the
too
moment.
fast. Come here, you.
There is nothing at the moment. There is nothing at the moment.
Let's... Here, maybe our friends will help us.
Fascinating. Our communicators have apparently been rendered ineffective.
I really thought my blocking the entrance strategy was good, but the game might not really recognize that or understand that. Okay. Yeah, he always walks over there to try to pick the snake up. I can't pick up any of the resin. I don't have anything in my inventory that I can make all resin-y.
It's moss. Anyone got any rolling stones?
McCoy's got jokes.
Why would you want to do that?
Look, eat it.
You get no response.
Those vines would be...
Do I look like a Houdini?
You said all that before? Man, this is just strange. What could I possibly be missing here?
This particular snake doesn't seem to like your company and moves whenever you get near it.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it moves when I try to pick it up. Like, it looks like that sticky moss is already on the ground where the snake is, but the snake doesn't seem to care. Like, clearly I should use this sticky moss to trap the snake and not make it able to go in its hole, but the game does not let me do that.
The resin does not... I'm picking up residual energy readings from the area where the alien's projection was.
What?
I'm picking up residual energy readings from the area where the alien's projection was.
I can't even see that.
Everyone is healthy, Jim. There's no...
He looks at you.
Don't we all? Nothing happens. Am I able to, like, move? So I can, like, grab the snake, then use the residue. I was like, am I gonna grab the snake and use the residue to make the snake sticky so I can climb up this? Or am I... How would that even help it support my weight? That's a part of the issue here that I don't really understand either.
The vine will not support you.
There's no way the game just soft locked me, so I must be
The
missing
vine is
something.
attached to it.
I mean, it could. I did see that there's a DK64 decomp coming. Make the snake sticky. I am not soft lock. Okay. If I had seen what I had to do. Is it just tell me? Is that some bullshit
for me to do there?
Well, yeah. Well, trust me. I definitely want to grab the snake. I just am not allowed to, as far as I can tell. I'm missing an item. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm picking up residual...
How could there be some... Oh, you're just being dirty. I'm sorry. That makes sense. That makes more sense. How...
I'm picking up residual...
Boy, how can I be missing an item? I mean, there's this light.
There are several loose vines hanging over the side of the pit out of reach. This is one of them.
What item could I be missing down here? I'm going over.
Feral
I
red
mean, there's
eyes.
that guy, but I can't get him to move. And there's red eyes all
Feral
over.
red eye.
I mean, is it about the light?
There is a light suspended from above by a chain.
I can't shoot anything.
It is logical.
My phaser is broken.
Nothing to report.
Is this like a loose rock?
There are rocks
Yes.
here quite suitable for picking up and throwing.
Are they? Okay, good. Great, we got it. First try. Probably should have
You
done
pick up some rocks from the pile.
Okay. Well. Take that.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
And I'm gonna stun the snake.
The snake has gone back into the hole, Captain.
Well, throwing this rock at it still made me feel better. Oh, I could probably block the hole with the rock I got. There we go. Alright, I had the right idea. Alright, we did it. We got there, everybody.
You fail to obtain.
First try. Alright.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Oh, make him all sticky.
This snake is just waiting for a chance to sink its fangs into someone, especially young Starfleet security officers.
Especially young Starfleet security. Let's not let that happen. Yeah, now what?
This isn't very logical, but as you are human, it is quite understandable.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Fascinating. Our community.
And now what?
This isn't very logical.
Yeah, you didn't like that.
A fascinating specimen, Captain, but I would be careful handling it. From the looks of it, it may have a nasty bite.
We wouldn't want to bleed all over Dr. McCoy now, would we?
Especially that green Vulcan blood. The last thing I need is a pint of T-negative blood all over my uniform. What on earth are you doing with that slithering thing?
Alright, I'm gonna save before I show
Save
it.
new game. Too many games.
Alright, well,
Save
please,
new
almost-
game. Cancel. Delete.
Yeah, I want to show it to
Save new game. Can't delete previous game.
security officer, but I'm worried it's gonna kill him. But let's get out of here before one of those things kills
Save
Guy.
New game. Can't delete. Save new game.
That's something of a runt, Captain. You should have seen this Rigelian python that Cadet Tyrelli put in the shower at the Academy. 20 meters long.
Okay. Fascinating.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
I can't entice.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Again, there's only so many.
This isn't very logical.
Only so many things I can do here.
The vine will not support you. There is a vine hanging down into the pit.
There's no way that we're getting up that way, Captain. The vine is too weak.
There are several loose vines hanging over the side of the pit out of reach.
Every time I do this, he just says that's illogical and gets mad at me.
The vine is not within reach. You fail to obtain anything.
I mean, there's gotta be something with this sticky moss.
You are in a deep pit. This moss is covered with a very sticky substance.
I don't cover the snake in the substance. Why won't it let me?
Nothing happens.
I mean nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
It's so sticky. You told me yourself it was super sticky moss.
Nothing happens. Feral red eyes. This snake is just waiting for a...
Just how could we have gone to all the trouble to acquire the snake and now like it's like game's like, yeah, the snake doesn't do anything.
This isn't very...
Nothing happens.
Oh yeah, the hit line phone book must have done real well.
You already have rocks.
Yes, maybe I need to throw a rock at something still? Yeah. Yep, mystery solved.
Fascinating. It did appear to knock
There
the
we
vine
go.
down near to the point where one of us can reach it.
Didn't they have baseball on Vulcan? Show us your fastball, Jim.
Baseball? No one plays that anymore. Good try, though, sir.
That actually is canon. Cisco likes baseball, but it's not played anymore, which is bad. But Cisco likes it, so that's good.
This isn't very logical.
The vine will not support you.
Tie these two vines
The
together.
vine will not support you.
Use the snake to make these vines equal, and then twist them together. That is what we're gonna
Nothing
do.
happens.
There is not enough support.
It's bad enough that you put me in the damn transporter. Now you want me to break my neck climbing that?
Jolly Joe, but thank you for 15 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well.
There's no way that we're getting up that way, Captain.
Hope you're doing well.
The vine will not... The vine will not...
Okay.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Like, use the rock to kill the snake so it can't bite us. I forget what the reason was why they stopped playing baseball. Game died out. It had been banned by society that prized fast food and faster games lost to impatience. Interesting. That's why we had to get the pitch clock involved.
Nothing happens.
I still don't seem to have any way of, like, getting the stick. Can I put the rock in the sticky stuff? Have I tried that? Actually, maybe not.
The rock is a bit sticky.
Well, how about that? Now what?
The probability of getting the vine on the second try was only 36.53%. Well done, Captain.
Probability? That was a perfect pitch if I ever saw one.
All right. We're on our way.
Yeah, we're doing great. I don't know why we got
The
the
vine
snake.
is attached to a tree.
Well, I'm guessing the snake might be important for later. Well, are you guys gonna come up too? I refuse to let the security guy go last. What's gonna kill him? Good job, buddy. Nice ass. Thinking of being in Los Angeles, thinking of being in New Orleans, I really do need to play Great Gabriel Knight at some point here. All right.
Save new game.
Maybe should move this. Yeah. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get the hell out of here. Get us the hell out of here, is that what he says. Look at us go.
Save new game.
Sick. Jungle. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick too, everybody. Be right back. Hold. Alrighty.
Trees to the left of you.
Trees to the right.
Of you. Into the valley of trees raced the landing party.
Well, they're getting poetic all of a sudden, their computer.
Staying in this overgrown region could prove quite dangerous. I suggest we continue, Captain.
Okay. What the?
I am Tolokzak, priest of Quetzalcoatl. Only one who knows his ways may approach his holy ground.
His ways? What does that mean?
Primitive lights illuminate. Towering over your security officer, holding a great spear in his huge hand, the great warrior Tolokzak will let no one pass him. Spock looks small compared to the great warrior.
Oh, please be careful, red shirt.
I will not listen to your deceitful ways.
Well, we said we had to show you our ways. What does that mean?
Nothing to report, Captain. Fascinating. These lights are actually swarms of bioluminescent insects. I wonder how they are controlled.
Anything else?
Get back. You may not pass until you prove your worthiness.
Well, could you explain that, Bart? What would you like for us to do? What do you think, Spock?
Perhaps our host will be more reasonable now. I recommend trying to locate him, Captain.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Did you ever get the feeling that people don't like you?
No.
Nice planet. I kind of like it.
You are about to die. Oh, we'll use a snake to get him.
Indeed, you know the ways of Quetzalcoatl. But only a man of courage, one who will shed blood, will pass.
Take that.
Towering over your security office.
Okay, he lost his spear. Give him the snake again. Do it again. Eat shit!
Tolokzak falls to the ground unconscious.
He dropped a knife, Jim.
I can't believe that worked, actually. All right, let's go.
You pick up the beautifully crafted knife.
If I consider being best friends with Vinny, I love whenever I get to talk with Vinny. I hope we can do some stuff sometime.
A beautifully crafted stone knife inlaid with Aztec patterns. One Starfleet issue.
Well, that was easy.
Below this rock is a large growth of mushrooms.
I feel like we might need a mushroom.
Trauzekian mushrooms.
Yep.
Their spores are highly toxic and are released if they are disturbed.
Nothing happens.
They're disturbed.
You fail to obtain anything.
Well, he got tiny fast. What is that?
A pair of eyes are all that you can see of the rest of this creature. Most of it is hidden beneath the murky water.
I feel like this thing's gonna try to kill me.
It is some kind of mollusk. The river seems to be its home, and it is carnivorous, eating land and river-based forms of life.
Save new game.
Alright, this thing's definitely gonna try to kill me. Let's see.
Captain, it would not be wise to cross while the creature is near.
Captain, perhaps I should try to cross first.
No. Alright, let's make him do it. Let's see it. Come on.
He looks at you with a
Sir, I finished second in my weight class in wrestling at the academy, but I don't think that thing's in my weight class.
Alright. If I try to move again, he'll do it.
Captain, it would not be wise.
Captain, perhaps I should try to cross first.
I think that'd be great. Go do it.
Reminds me of a planet I was stationed on once. The native girls were real friendly. Ensign Shu had his bachelor party there. Great time. You ever been to Omicron Draconis, Captain?
I just keep throwing rocks at things.
Nothing happens.
Due to the small size of the knife, I doubt it would harm such a large creature.
Give him the snake.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I recommend caution here, Captain.
Anyone for a campfire?
Don't any of you have anything helpful or useful to say?
You get no response.
Let's look at his snake.
You get no response.
I'm kind of sad the rocks didn't work again. I mean, I feel like they put these poisonous mushrooms here for some reason, but I have been unable to grab one.
Trauzekian mushroom.
I would strongly recommend against touching these, Jim. They're highly toxic.
Maybe the snake would like him.
Nothing happens.
No. Duber, thank you for 22 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes, you can make me a reference, but only if it's like a fake one where I don't have to actually talk to anybody. It'll be really bad when I don't actually know your real name, you know?
I would strongly recommend...
You fail to obtain...
Ensign, grab me those poisonous mushrooms.
He looks at you with a...
Damn it. I feel like I should be able to use this knife to pick up a mushroom. That's what I'm trying to do.
You fail to obtain any... A large fern fans the pathway.
A fern, eh?
It vaguely resembles the Terran Spanish bayonet. The edges of the leaf are razor sharp and secrete a poisonous resin.
Is everything on this planet poison?
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
The game's just trying to tell me that everything is poisonous. I don't know. I mean, it's not doing anything. Throw a rock at it.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
There's also resins here.
There's nothing there requiring a... I certainly see nothing there. I would strongly recommend...
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Anything on this screen? No one else getting the feeling that by knocking out that guy, somehow I'm not gonna get as many points as I could have.
Primitive lights. Nothing happens.
I think he was gonna be like, you should have done something nicer than that. Doesn't seem to be anything going on in this scene. Which is weird, but it might just be a transition scene. Grab the knife on one of these lamps.
Nothing happens.
I have 3 more
Nothing
episodes
happens.
concluding this one. I said you wanted to see blood. I was like, alright. Well, I don't have a knife. I just have rocks and a snake. Guess I'm gonna throw fucking rocks at you. Oh, they're doing rankings in Gaming Leaks and Rumors. They better after they're all doubting him yet again.
The river water is too muddy to get an idea of its depth, or what may be beneath its surface. The log looks quite old but sturdy. This plant has a rather thick stem and prickly leaves. The river water is too much. The river water is too... The plant is tough. You will need...
Okay. I don't know how this is gonna help, but here we go. I have a plant now.
This large fern has a rather thick stem and prickly leaves. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
It would appear that the plant secretes a chemical that is a natural repellent to the creature. It has retreated far downstream, Captain.
How lucky. Okay.
The plant is tough.
Let's get another one of those just in case then. Well, now we're in a mine.
It is a large cluster of crystals. You will need something to pry it loose.
This knife has been trusty. Been useful.
You have one dilithium crystal in raw
Oh.
form.
Raw dilithium crystal. Damn.
A dilithium crystal in raw.
What are we gonna do with that?
This is one place where dilithium crystal...
Anything else in here?
Stalactites descend from the ceiling.
I should warn you, the stalactites could collapse quite easily. Any sudden motion could cause large quantities of stalactites to fall on us.
Well, isn't this just great?
Doctor, I would point out that your voice could also trigger such a collapse.
Will you two stop arguing just once? Then, gentlemen, I would advise you to stop arguing. You know, some shore leaf sounds pretty good right now.
That's not what that says.
You know, some shore leaf sounds pretty good right now. Then, gentlemen, I would advise you to stop arguing.
It would seem to be a prudent course of action, Captain, if Dr. McCoy would agree.
Oh my god, you two.
They appear to be ordinary rocks.
Set. Right, alright then. Let's try quarter them.
Fascinating. These rocks are limestone, but contain an unusually high content of heavy metals. There are dilithium crystals here, but in a very raw form.
I told us between stalactites and stalagmites. Isn't one just coming from the ground, the other one coming from the ceiling? I don't know. Nope, we're back.
I watched as you worked through the problems I set in your path.
Wow.
You are a valiant, intelligent species. Please sit down. We have much to discuss.
I've had it up to here with so-called superior beings terrorizing my crew because we're so primitive.
True.
Maybe you should see how primitive you are before you go around testing others. One thing first, if you're so peaceful, how come the Aztecs were so violent and aggressive? Yes, I guess we do. Go on. One thing first, if you're so peaceful...
I tried to teach them the concept of self-sacrifice. It would appear they did not completely understand my teachings. You are clearly not the liars I thought you to be. Were you telling me the truth about my disciples? That they became ruthless savages?
Let's not use that word.
The Federation is not in the business of lying, mister. Absolutely. Your best intentions were changed by the imperfect humans that you left in charge after you departed. Such is the way of our race, I'm afraid. You messed up in a big way. Perhaps you should try following the Prime Directive. It changed our lives. The Federation... Absolutely.
I sense truth in this. Perhaps this is what happened to my children on the Klingon world of Rakur, which would explain why they are searching for me. I have clearly abused the power that was given me long ago.
You show great wisdom, sir, but your statement implies that you wish to change your condition.
Indeed. If my mission of peace was overthrown, then I am no longer worthy of my power. Tell me, has your species made progress in the medical arts?
We're a technologically advanced starfaring race. What do you think? That we wouldn't have made progress in medicine?
I love these catty answers that are you clearly should not choose. I wonder if the dilithium crystals is going to be another ship upgrade thing.
With Dr. McCoy, I sometimes wonder, but yes, I would say we have made considerable advances.
Also catty?
Yes, why do you ask? We're at
yes, why do you ask?
At the top of my spine is a gland not found in your species. This is the seat of my power. I wish you to remove it, thereby making me immortal.
Jim, I'll try, but the physiology is completely alien.
You've got to do it, Bones. If the Klingons realize he's no longer a threat to them, perhaps we can avoid a war. Scotty 5 to beam up.
Okay. Doing good.
Captain, 3 Klingon heavy battle cruisers have just entered the system. Admiral Kenka is hailing us, sir.
Federation starship, this is Admiral Vlik Kinka of the Clearta. You harbor a criminal who has caused the destruction of the entire population of Rakkor. We are not prepared to negotiate. You will proceed to Rakkor, where a court of Cleon justice will be convened. If you refuse, we shall destroy you.
Admiral Vlik, the criminal of whom you speak is in the middle of a very delicate medical procedure. He cannot be handed over to anyone at this time.
I don't think they'll be impressed with that.
I cannot believe Quetzalcoatl's mission to Rakkor would cause the deaths of the entire planet. Since when do Klingons give orders to Federation officers, Admiral? I realize it's difficult for a Klingon, but don't be a fool. Admiral Vlicht, the criminal of whom I cannot believe Quetzalcoatl's mission to Rakkor would cause the deaths of the entire planet. Admiral Vlicht, the criminal of whom you speak is...
His attempt to corrupt the Empire with his philosophy led to the destruction of all life on Rakkor.
How could a philosophy of peace and non-violence cause the destruction of all life on Rakkor?
Rakkor has been governed by my family for generations, but even they were corrupted by him. It was a matter of honor that his lies had to be silenced, no matter what the cost.
My God, you killed your own people just because they acquired a philosophy that you disagreed with? So you killed them, your own family. You were responsible for the deaths, not Quetzalcoatl. You murdered them. You're insane. Tell me, how much do your commanders know about what you did? Or do you need to kill Quetzalcoatl to hide your own deeds? My God, you killed your own people just because they acquired a philosophy that you disagreed with? So you killed them, your own family.
It was that creature's fault. Had he not interfered in our affairs, the people of Rakor would be alive. Clearly, he is responsible.
Message from Starfleet Command.
I'll argue this with you later, Vlicht.
Contact your superiors, Kirk. You may be surprised.
I have bad news, Captain. The Organians have ruled that Quetzalcoatl's interference in Klingon affairs renders him subject to Klingon law. You are to turn your prisoner over to them at Rakor. Klingon law will permit you to observe or aid in his defense. But be very careful, Jim. Starfleet out.
Captain, you cannot turn him over to those butchers. That would be murder.
We have no choice, Scotty. I'm afraid Quetzalcoatl has a date with Klingon justice. Set course for Rakor, Mr. Chekhov.
Oh, we're gonna do some courtroom drama stuff because I love that shit. Alright, so we can save.
Captain's Law. We have come to the ruined Klingon planet of Rakor to deliver our guest, the mythical entity Quetzalcoatl, to a Klingon court. Dr. McCoy, Mr. Spock, and Ensign Benny and I have been granted permission by the Organians to witness this trial, which I expect to be a travesty of any meaningful definition of justice. Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the con.
I haven't been able to save again yet. Hey, what am I gonna do with the snake?
The prisoner and his witnesses will stand forth, so the trial may begin.
Save new game. Too many games saved. Save new game. Can't delete previous game. Save new game. Can't delete. Save new game. Cancel. Delete previous.
Delete some old games.
Save new game.
Ayo. What do you think, buddy?
I'm frightened, Captain. But if I am to die, then I shall die well.
Captain, I estimate the odds of this court acquitting Quetzalcoatl at 0.086%.
I've got nothing to say to you, Jim.
Oh, you're mad at me?
Awaiting your orders, sir.
These are orders.
So, Kirk, we finally meet. I had thought it would be in battle, but the universe holds many surprises.
There's nothing less appealing than a gloating Klingon, Vlicht. Let's get this trial underway. Stick around, Vlicht. There are more surprises awaiting you. Why does every Klingon tell me they expected to meet me in battle? You really have a one-track mind. There's nothing less. Stick around, Vlicht.
So be it! This begins the trial of the entity Quetzalcoatl, who is charged with impersonating a Klingon, stirring dissent, encouraging cowardice, and treason in the highest degree.
Those are serious charges, Vlicht. Should he not be tried by a Klingon high court?
He has not demonstrated honor, Kirk. Only a proven warrior may be tried in high court. Principles of honor are not applicable to his defense.
I'm a warrior, Vlicht. I hereby intervene for him and demand the honors and responsibilities of a warrior's trial.
Sounds
and this
good.
trial is a mockery for the entire galaxy to see. Oh, well, I'm afraid you're on your own, Quetzalcoatl.
No,
I'm
do
a
this.
warrior, Vlicht. I hear...
A Federation officer claiming the rights of a Klingon warrior. How dare you insult me, Kirk?
I've faced Klingons both in personal and ship-to-ship combat. Your own records will confirm this.
Qantas
I'm not
definitely
worthy
in
of their honors.
6.
Why didn't they kill me?
That oversight, Kirk, is easily rectified. You and your 3 companions may face the test that we set for the Defender. Then we shall see if you are as worthy as a Klingon.
I want your word of honor, Vlicht, that Quetzalcoatl will not be harmed while we take these tests.
Very well. You have my word. Captain Calarax,
Oh boy, we get
transport
tests.
them to the test of life.
Oh boy.
What is this place?
Not much is known about Rakor, Ensign. This would appear to be some sort of a mining installation. That creature might be a native life form.
A test of courage? That is the Klingon way.
I somehow doubt that Vlicht intends for us to survive this, whatever the outcome. We're the only thing that stands between him and the killing of Quetzalcoatl that he can justify.
Why should he worry about justification, Captain? He's a Klingon. Murder is as natural to them as breathing.
That's not true, Ensign. However, I suspect that Blick's attack on Harcourt exceeded his orders. He needs Quetzalcoatl as a scapegoat, and he needs a fair trial to avoid an inquiry of his own actions.
And our deaths will be the only way he can get it. Great.
Okay. I do kind of like when, like, the puzzles are in specific rooms. So I still have my snake? Shit! Well, how am I supposed to do this without my snake?
A field of static lightning. It seems to be moving in a purposeful manner.
This creature is composed of electrical fields. I would not recommend approaching it. A metal projectile might disrupt its fields and render it harmless. These wooden rods are support beams that were not placed. This wall was carved from the natural rock. Nothing to report, Captain. This rock has a high iron content.
Iron's good. This is a bit more powerful.
You melt some of the rock.
Look at me go.
You coat the rod with molten iron. It hardens quickly.
You make some kind of rudimentary lathe.
As I suspected, Captain, the creature is in stasis. It should awaken in 3.48 days.
I bet it'll be mad.
Hey, Chad, I had a fantastic time in New Orleans. Absolutely.
Captain, I would strongly recommend against disturbing the rod. It could result in awakening the creature or possibly electrocuting you.
Okay.
There is nothing at the moment.
Save new game.
Trials. So far, so good. Looks like a giant cigarette right now until Jan. Can I not open the door?
You fail to obtain any. A slightly antiquated Klingon lock mechanism.
Well, we're still not through.
One Starfleet issue.
An entry coder for the door, keyed to a number sequence. The tricorder is unable to determine the code, but can scan the mechanism. Nothing to report, Captain. An entry coder for the door, keyed to a number sequence. The tricorder is unable to determine...
And this is great, so we still aren't out yet.
We do not know the code, Captain. I fail to see the...
Well, how are we gonna know the code?
Captain, there is a force field between us and the planet. We have your position at approximately 30 meters beneath the surface of Harcourt, and what appears to be the ruins of an archaeological dig. Keep us informed. We'll help you all we can. We can analyze any data you gather through the main computer.
Uhura, prepare to receive a tricorder message.
There we go.
There's a door with an entry coder here. Try to analyze the circuits and let the main computer crack the code.
Scan complete. Main computer has the code. We also read an anomaly. Something else has tapped into the key code. Shall I analyze?
I want that door open. Affirmative, Uhura. I want that. Affirmative, Uhura.
Sir, we have a secondary code that is nested in the Klingon program. Computer is unable to analyze its function. Shall we broadcast it to you when you activate the keypad?
Affirmative. Negative. Transmit the door entry code only. Affirmative.
Good luck, Captain.
I'm sure it's like set to destruct or something.
An entry coder for the door, keyed to a number sequence. Nothing to report.
You do all those things we just talked about. Hell.
Nothing else to report, Captain.
Wait, are we doing those things we talked about? No?
You fail to obtain anything.
I supposed to, like, wait for her to run through the computer now? Is that what's happening?
A slightly antiquated...
Captain, I have calculated the odds of surviving this at...
Shut up, Spock. How could you do it, Jim? I spent hours trying to save his life, and you just gave him away in seconds to the Klingons.
Is it in order?
You've handled those Klingons well, sir. We've got them on the run now.
Okay, I guess I said tell Spock to do it. Oh.
What is this place?
This is not Klingon technology, Captain.
Even I can see that, you pointy-eared freak.
Jesus, McCoy!
Gentlemen, I suggest we start trying to find out what this is. I have a feeling we've come someplace Flick wasn't expecting us to go.
Hey, Radicon, thank you for 37 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Alright, so what is going on here?
Captain, it seems to be some sort of interface device, but I do not know how to activate it. Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report.
There are no Christmas cards this year. Those are gods, sorry. I mean, that says red, green, blue. I assume we're just gonna do them in that order. I don't know what else to do.
That combination is restricted to higher order functions. Neural interlink required.
Fuck, where the hell's that?
I failed to see...
A platform emitting a beam of light. You get no response.
Nothing to report.
Really? Nothing?
Nothing to report. I failed to see the lot.
I certainly see nothing.
Captain, it seems to be some sort of interface device, but I do not...
Your communicator is not working.
Oh, that was weird. Just shoes. Yeah, I'm picking my starter Pokemon. Well, I mean, can't just be having to trial and error this shit, can I? Man, there are only so many possibilities.
Breach of protocol. Alien invasion imminent. Internal security activated.
Rate of war. Sounds bad. Again, seeing a cover of Jumper by Third Eye Blind for Blood Clubs League? No. I don't know if I know that one. Wait, a green? What's the blue
Force
light?
field blocks trans-system transport. Transport aborted. Use defense systems to eliminate alien vessels.
So one of these is a transport, which I assume is
A
what I want.
platform emitting.
What happens if I have multiple blues? Look, guys, I do hope you don't actually think that Backlar is going to agree to wearing a full BDSM Catwoman suit if that happens. I don't want it to be something where everyone votes for Catwoman was like, I can't believe Jerf's not wearing a complete leather suit.
Combination is restricted to higher order functions. Neural interlink required.
I should just fucking pick all of these up at this point, why not?
We can transport you only in proximity of nearest humanoid life. Transport imminent.
How dare you! The test was supposed to take place without interference from your ship. You have shown all lack of honor.
Honor? Give me a break, Flint.
Oh.
You were trying to kill us.
You didn't like that.
I believe that the use of guile to do what the enemy does not expect is considered very honorable by the Klingons. You didn't say I wasn't allowed to use my ship's computer. You didn't explain the rules clearly. Whose fault is that? I believe that the use of guile to do what the enemy does not expect is considered very honorable by the Klingons.
How dare you lecture me on points of honor? I, the most decorated warrior in the entire Empire. I, who took the dishonored trash of my homeworld and destroyed it with a fist of steel.
Then you admit it was you and not Quetzalcoatl who was responsible for the death of Frakor.
Those who lose honor lose life, Kirk. 'Tis the Klingon way.
Then you will not object to presenting the orders from the Klingon Council, authorizing mass murder on Frakor.
The trial is over. He is guilty. Done. Carry out the sentence.
I won't let you.
No, Captain. Let there be an end to this violence.
I feel like this
I will
isn't
not
the
allow
correct
any
ending.
more blood to be shed, save my own. I taught the doctrine of self-sacrifice, and I shall die of it. But before I die, I believe that Klingon law allows me to make a public statement. Intelligent beings are not meant to be caged either by tyranny or barbarism. Those who try doom themselves to failure. Once a culture has tasted peace, it will not desire anything else, because peace is better than war. Love is better than hate, and creation is better than destruction. This is truth. I, who was once immortal, know that truth is the only true immortal. You can kill people, cultures, even gods, but the truth will always survive. The death ceremony shall take place aboard the Cleata. I trust you are satisfied that justice has been done.
Did you listen to anything he said? One day, in spite of people like you, the Klingons will know peace. I hope I live to see that day. I don't know if you're a praying man, Blake. If I were you, I would not want to meet me again. Justice? Did you listen to Justice? Scotty, beam us up.
Alright, so this is cannot I feel like I am not going to get the most points. I'm probably going to reload my save. Even though, as an episode, that works pretty well, really. Let's see what Starfleet Command says. I feel like I probably did something wrong.
Captain's log. We've returned to Federation space, having tried and failed to save a new friend.
Quetzalcoatl was a remarkable creature, Captain. It is a great loss.
He died for what he believed in.
Yet so did many men who were judged by history to be evil. Dictators, assassins. Self-sacrifice in itself is not a virtue.
Still, I cannot find it in my heart to condemn him. He had a great dream of peace, and it's been left to others to fulfill it. Let's get started. Ahead warp factor 2 to Alpha Proxima, Mr. Sulu.
I mean, it's a nice... That does feel very original series there.
We have read your report on the problems at Rakur.
Not
and
terrible.
evaluate your performance at 79%. You and your crew received 2 commendation points. Well done, Captain. Keep up the good work.
2 isn't terrible. I'm kind of curious.
That old devil moon.
That old devil moon.
Message from Starfleet, sir.
On screen, Lieutenant.
The Enterprise will proceed to the Alpha Proxima system. While the indigenous race on Proxima 3 has not reached a technological level commensurate with entering the Federation, and therefore under the protection of the Prime Directive of non-interference, we do maintain a discrete monitoring satellite. It has picked up activity from an asteroid in an elliptical orbit. You are to investigate without interfering with life on the planet.
According to the library computer, the Alpha Proxima system has 5 planets and an asteroid belt. A large asteroid is heading towards the inner planets and should pass close by Proxima 3. It passes through the interior of the system once every 200 years. The people of Proxima 3 call it Scythe, the same name as their god of war.
God of War, Mr. Spock? Isn't that a bit surprising from a people whose technology matches 20th century Earth?
Considering the level of warfare during that century, I'm surprised that it is Earth that did not have a god of war. In any case, about a millennium ago, Proxima 3 suffered a globally devastating war.
Blew themselves back to the Stone Age, Mr. Spock?
Late Bronze Age, Ensign. They rebuilt their world in half the time it had taken to get there originally. But the Armageddon was mythologized as a battle between the Soths and Lucas. In that war, the planet was raised, and all the gods died except Scythe. He had rained fury down upon the world, then went off on a long dance of victory. His return is a time for worldwide soul-searching and atonement.
And Scythe returns and our monitoring station picks up activity.
It would seem that we should proceed to Alpha Proxima and scan Scythe.
I don't know, I'm beginning to think that I'm gonna just keep going. I kind of liked that ending. If it turns, who knows, maybe someday I'll play again for max score, but I don't know, that seems kind of neat.
Save new
Most people
theme.
think that sounds wrong. But Proxima. They didn't have to fight anybody in a ship battle that entire mission. Like, it's weird. It's a little weird. That's like the problem with these kind of like, oh, you can like get multiple endings. Like, you do have to sometimes have to fight the years to just get the best ending. That was a pretty good ending. That was a very Star Trek ending that we just got there, you know? But it's like, well, I didn't get the most points though. Who cares? But it's a video game, so it's a little weird. Yeah, I also kind of wish there weren't points, you know? That wasn't as bad as that one time where I completed the mission with the same exact outcome and I didn't get as many points. Okay, but Proxima is 12. That's right here. Oh, New Orleans is amazing. I had such a good time. So much good food. All right. What is my scanning button?
We are out of sensor range, Captain. I suggest we orbit the asteroid.
Let's do that.
Entering standard orbit.
A sensor scan of Scythe reveals surface features consistent with damage left by a nuclear attack. It would seem to have been a target during Proxima's war.
Scythe rained fury down on the planet and then left on a dance of victory. A missile base, Captain?
It would seem to make sense.
Captain, I just monitored a narrow beam message from Scythe to Proxima 3. I don't have it all. I just caught a bit of the initial burst. I'm attempting a translation, but it appears to be a computer code.
Any response from the planet?
The Proxtrites will not have the equipment necessary to understand and reply to that code for another 25.6 years at their present rate of development.
Guess we better beam down.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the con.
Yeah, Star Fox multiplayer is a good time. Oh, now here's a planet.
Mr. Scott wishes to speak with you.
Mr. Scott?
Aye, we've had some slight problems with the transporters.
We didn't notice anything beaming down.
Just a glitch in the main transporter program. Mr. Kyle is loading a backup and we're performing tests. The transporters will be down for about an hour.
That will still give us plenty of time, Scotty.
I know. I have the lads in engineering doing a complete overhaul of the ship's systems.
Good, Mr. Scott. I'll keep you posted. Kirk out.
I swear in that mission, I got that lithium crystal. Never did anything with that. I don't know. At least my red shirts have been alive.
Captain, I'm afraid we got a wee problem here.
What is it, Scotty?
There is some sort of virus in the main computer.
Uh-oh.
Our phasers and tractor beams have been disabled, and there's no way we're getting them back in 3 hours.
There goes our backup plan. Do what you can, Mr. Scott.
Aye, I will, Captain. I may yet have a trick or two that I can pull, but don't count on any miracles.
Isolate that virus. That's your #1 priority.
That it is, Captain. We'll keep you informed. Scott out.
It looks like some sort of display panel.
Working display panel, Captain.
Oh. Well, we don't know what that is.
That did not seem to work, Captain. Perhaps we should try a number that had some significance to them. Remember, they were very superstitious.
Yeah, I don't remember the entire lecture you gave me about their culture a
The
moment
origin
ago.
point for the broadcast Uhura monitored was approximately 50 meters beyond this door.
We should stay inside as much as possible. We must try to protect ourselves from the cosmic radiation.
This door is huge. If they were humanoid, they could have been giants.
From what we know about the Lucars, they had an affinity for size. Their machines weren't just equipment. They were also monuments.
I can believe that.
Okay. Maybe if I...
Your situation, Mr. Scott.
We're still looking for the virus, Captain. I even have Lieutenant Uhura looking through the computer system. I never realized the last was so good with them.
Check her record, Mr. Scott. She was in the top 10% of her class in computer systems analysis.
We'll find that virus soon, Captain, or I'm an Englishman.
Just do your best, Scotty. Kirk out.
I don't want that. Oh, God. I wasn't, like, taking notes, and now I'm worried do I have to go back and listen again to that stuff? I don't remember the names of the maps. I liked the one that was basically capture the flag in Star Fox, though. Sector Y, I guess, right? I mean, they were all fun. Is there anything over here? Nope. Okay, what's the game want me to do if I just go here and it's like, nope, I don't remember. What's that? There's a little dot over here. Is this a graphical error? This little
This
gray
moon
dot?
has a thin but breathable atmosphere.
Must be.
You fail to obtain...
Aside from the security door on what should be a lifeless planetoid, this place is unremarkable.
It looks like some...
Spock, see what you can do with it.
Damn it, do I have to like reload just to see that stuff again? Kind of wild. Like, were they expecting anybody to recognize that?
That did not seem to work, Captain.
A lens sits above the doorway, but is it mere decoration?
No, I might be reloading here. Even then, what would I reload? Because like I was only able to save after that big lore dump by Spock. Can't access the ship's computer here, though. It just doesn't seem right. The game couldn't really expect everyone just to remember or write down all those numbers from them with no way to look at them again. Good hit.
Your situation, Mr. Scott.
We're still looking.
Check a record, Mr. Just do your best.
Yeah, I think a game from back then would do exactly that, huh?
Nothing to report at this time, Captain.
Alpha Proxima. Star system with 5 planets.
5.
Alpha Proxima 3. Proxstray. And Alpha Proxima Var. Gazel are both inhabited worlds. Alpha Proxima. Star system.
There's something
with
about
5 planets.
how many years it takes for Psi to appear.
Side. A large asteroid in an elliptical orbit in the Alpha Proxima system. Spectral analysis of its composition indicates that it has minimal atmosphere and that it was once a moon of the planet Proxstray, hurled out of its orbit by a catastrophe. The 17th letter of the Lucre alphabet is named Psi, probably not by coincidence.
17. We have 17 then. Why don't we try that? Oh, so which one of these was the planet? This one. I kind of need to finish Dragon Quest 2. I got really far in it, and there's actually a point where it opened up and got a little stuck even. Okay, orbit.
Entering standard orbit.
A sensor scan of Psi reveals surface features.
Psi rained fury down on the planet and then left up.
It would seem...
Captain, I just monitored a narrow beam message from Scythe to Proxima 3. I don't have it all. I just caught a bit of the initial...
Any response from the planet?
The Proxstrites will not have the equipment necessary to understand and reply to that code. For another...
I did say 17, right? That was the number?
Spock, come with me.
No, am I thank you for the stream streak? Radicon, did I thank you? I think I did, but thank you.
Mr. Scott? We didn't know. That will still give a... Good, Mr. Scott. I'll keep you...
No, I wish Next Generation and Deep Space Nine had games like this. That would have been awesome.
Captain, I'm afraid we got...
What is it, Scotty?
There is some...
There go.
I will...
Isolate.
That it is, Captain.
Spock, see what you can do with it.
17, which is not much of a code. That's 2 numbers.
That did not seem to work, Captain. Perhaps we should try a number that had some significance to them. Remember, they were very superstitious.
There is nothing at the moment for me to do there.
The origin point for the broadcast Uhura monitored was approximately 50 meters beyond this door. The origin point for the
We should stay inside.
This door is huge.
From what we know about the Lucres, they had an affinity for size.
I can believe that.
Amen. This is like practically a soft lock, if it really works like that. Or that like weird lore dump from Spock had the info I needed. Next Generation had one? Real? What? I mean, there's a Final Unity. What the hell is that? I can't really look at these links right now. I feel like I've never heard of that. That's a thing.
This looks like a heavy-duty security
There's like the
door
16-bit
side
game.
of the hill on this moon.
I also kind of want to play. It's like, I feel like I should be able to talk to Spock. He should just tell me that stuff again about the planet, but he doesn't do that.
Your situation, Mr. Scott.
We're still looking for...
Check a record.
We'll find that virus soon.
Just do your best, Scotty.
How's it not 17? Damn it.
This heavy-duty door has taken numerous micrometeorite strikes but still appears solid.
Can I match Giant Bomb members to Deep Space Nine? Well, Dan is Quark. Jerf is probably... Is he Cisco or Odo? Say Cisco. Grub is definitely O'Brien. Jan is Dax. And I'm Morn. This is what I hate now. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if suppose anyone knows if, is this number from that opening spiel? Do I need to just go back to that? Hey, Matt. Now look at the planet.
This is the planet Proxtre, currently 600,000 kilometers from this moon.
Watch my VOD. Gotta do more computer stuff for the codes. Sucks because I can't access the computer anymore. This is a big problem. But that's what the save's for, I suppose.
Side. A large asteroid in an elliptical orbit in the Alpha Proxima system. Spectral analysis of its composition indicates that it has minimal atmosphere and that it was once a moon of the planet Proxtre, hurled out of its orbit by a catastrophe. The 17... Lucres. One of the two ancient cultures of Proxtre. See Sophs. The Lucres believed that a man who made the most of his ability was a god. Their individualism put themselves at odds with the communitarianism of the Sophs. The Lucres used base 3. Their organization was based on units of 3, making up sets of 99. The number 99 was known to have religious importance to them.
Alright, could be 99. Let's see what this says about the Sophs.
Sophs. One of the two ancient races of Proxtre. They lived in a highly advanced culture that valued the community ahead of the individual, which put them in conflict with the Lucres. The Sophs used base 4 in their mathematics, and their organization was based on units of 4 to make up sets of 100.
I'm gonna write that down. Lucres 3, Sophs 4. Is this the same group of people we got from... It can't be. Then we're made to space. Okay. We did that.
Nothing to report at this time, Captain.
Navigation. You're, that one, right? Gotta make sure. Yep.
Entering standard orbit.
A sensor scan of Side reveals
Side, Raiden Fury.
It would...
Captain, I just...
Any response from...
The Proxtre...
Spock, come with me.
Alright.
Captain, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott? We didn't know.
Just a glitch.
That will still give us...
I know. I have the...
Good, Mr. Scott. I'll keep...
Captain, I'm afraid we got a...
What is it, Scott?
There is some...
There goes our...
I will...
Isolate...
That it is, Captain.
Please.
That did not seem to work, Captain. Perhaps we should try a number that had some significance to them.
It said 99 did have significance. Come on. 1399? Maybe it's 100
then.
then.
That did not seem to work, Captain. That did not seem to work, Captain. Perhaps we should...
Okay. Reload. Well, it said 99 was the number that mattered to them. Right? If I go back to the, Lucre.
Lucres. one of the two ancient cultures of Proxtra.
The number 99 was known to have religious importance to them, which is exactly what Spock said we should find.
Their individualism put themselves at odds with the communitarianism of the Sophs. The Lucres used base 3. Their organization was based on units of 3, making up
Search base 4.
Base 4, the mathematical basis for the Sophs' culture. There are 4 numbers in base 4, 0, 1, 2, and 3. Thus 4 in base 4 is 1, 0. 7 is 1, 3. 8 is 2, 0. 12 is 3, 0. And 16 is 1, 0, 0.
They say that again.
Base 4. The
Maybe it's about base 3.
Base 3. The mathematical basis for the Lucre culture. There are 3 numbers in base 3, 0, 1, and 2. Thus 3 in base 3 is 1, 0.
There it is.
4 is 1, 1. 5 is
All right.
1, 2.
I get it. Complicated,
6
but I get it. At
is
least it just
2,
spelled it out for
0.
me.
9 is
12.
1,
It's
0,
10 2
0.
10 2 0 0.
17.
Interesting. Kind of neat, to be honest. Right, because if they have base 3, then there would be no 9 to input. I get it. I get it.
We are out of sensor.
Entering standard orbit.
A sensor scan of
side.
It would seem...
Captain, I just...
Any response from...
The Proxtra...
May I respectfully remind...
What? Oh, we're already orbiting. Okay.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott?
So it's a little wild that, like, only when you get to that door and you can't access the computer do you realize you need to access the computer. Kind of seems like a design problem to me.
That will still... Good, Mr.
Like, I like that idea in theory. But I should have been able to, like, beam or, like, use my communicator to tell Uhura to use the computer or something.
What is it, Scotty? There goes our... Isolate that...
Alright. 10 2 0 0. Hey, we got movie sign.
That worked. I see you deduced that 10200 in the Lucre's base 3 was equal to their sacred number 99.
That's right.
A security lock.
Report, Scotty. How are things going?
About as badly as a kilt in a blast furnace, Captain. Wait a minute. Lieutenant Uhura has some news for you.
The virus came from our sensor sweep of the moon's computers. We believe we have analyzed the memory sectors it attacked.
Well done, Uhura.
I wish I could take credit for it. It was Mr. Kyle who found the pattern. We are attacking it with antivirus programs.
Norton,
Computer
sir.
science sounds more like medicine every day.
If we had a doctor as good with computers as you are with patients, we'd be having a lot fewer problems.
Finally, someone who appreciates me.
Keep working at it, Uhura. Kirk out.
Alright.
Save new game. Too many games. Save new game. Cancel. Delete. Save new. Cancel. Delete. Preview. Save new. Cancel. Delete. Save new game.
Rock. I don't know.
The door has some strange writing on it.
This door is similar to the one on the outside of the secure lock, except that it has not weathered over the years. Electrical panels indicate the keypad on the right controls the door. A computer terminal, Captain. It uses the Lucre alphabet. I think I can decipher it. This keypad is fully functional and controls the door. Its entry code is in base 3.
Not base 3 again.
The console reports the following. Welcome to Orbital Missile Base. Codename Scythe. This base has been operational for the past week. It has completed one successful fire mission. Estimation of success is at 22 over 100.
22%? That's very low. Hardly something to brag about.
Doctor, in Base 3, 22 divided by 100 is equivalent to 8 out of 9, or 88%. I would think that quite satisfactory, given this base's probable mission of destroying the soft forces on Proxtree.
It says the base has been operational for a week, but this has been here for 1,000 years.
If the Lucres built this base with a clock that told the time by measuring the moon's rotational speed, or the gravitational forces generated by Proxtree and the sun, the computer may have calculated only a week of time has passed since its first action. I might be able to learn more with another look at the console. There is a substantial amount of data here, but in summary, Scythe was created by the Lucres as a launching platform for missiles to keep the Softs subjugated to their influence. The Softs managed to infiltrate the base. However, their actions triggered Scythe's auto-attack mechanisms and initiated a holocaust that nearly annihilated the planet. One soft strike did, in fact, hit the moon and deflected it from its orbit. It has been dormant since then.
So why has the base been activated again?
Given the damage to the moon, its slow rotation and orbit, it has never realized the war is over. On this pass, for the first time, it has detected radio wave transmissions from Proxtree. Because it does not recognize them, it assumes the Softs are still active. Its transmission to the planet, I would assume, was some sort of a check beacon to see if it should continue its mission.
Jim, let's return to the ship and blast this place to destroy its weapons.
Doctor, this moon is a god to the people down there. If we destroy it, we will violate the Prime Directive.
Spock is right, Bones. Spock, what are the chances that we could decode the transmission and send a stop code to the base?
In trinary or decimal?
Spock!
1.327 million to 1, provided the archaeological studies about Lucre's languages are correct. Our other option is to get into this base and see if we can bring the computers down.
Let's do that. No, not again.
That did not work, Captain. It is probable this lock also uses a number of some significance.
Oh boy, is this where 17 comes into play? Oh God, what's 17 in base 3? I didn't write that part down, for Christ's sake.
My tricorder is picking up large supplies of frozen oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide beneath the surface, enough to last many centuries.
At least we won't have to worry about suffocating.
What is 17 in a base 3?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Shut the fuck up. What is base 3? Nah, fuck, that's not right. What is base? That's not the question. God, okay. Well, I got this. What is 17 in a base 3 number system? Just fucking Googling things. Maybe like write it down in Google. Okay, base 3 number system. Maybe if I go to that. Oh, great. Here's the C++ thing to do it. What, 52? 122? Let's try that. We'll try that.
You get no response.
Oh.
Spock, see what you can...
It'd be 012, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Fascinating.
Good work.
If the Federation language studies were correct, the ideograph for the word scythe in the Lucres language is the 17th symbol in their alphabet.
Right.
That corresponds with 122 in base 3.
Wait. Write that down just in case I need to do that again. Oh, hope they don't have another fucking door.
have a cure for the computer virus.
Well done, Uhura.
I modified Control-C to exclusively attack the Lucre virus. They annihilated each other, Captain.
Fascinating, Lieutenant.
The Klingons aren't going to be happy to learn that they helped us. How about the phasers and tractor beams?
We may get the tractor beams online in time, Captain. I'm afraid even the backup phaser transmission codes were affected. We could destroy some missiles manually, but if this complex decides to launch more than 10 missiles at a time...
Understood. The ball is in our court. We'll give it our best shot. Kirk out.
This door appears. This panel is designed to receive an ID card to make the door open.
ID card.
Can't say I like the decor.
The Lucres did not leave behind many examples of their architecture.
I can see why.
Looks a lot like that place Mud was in.
A closed box sits on the floor. This is an ancient laser drill. These are display panels for the laser drill. This is a laser drill control panel.
What did I just get? Oh, some wires.
Spock, why don't you check out those laser drill controls? Spock, why don't you check out...
Captain, the machine requests the proper coordinates before it may perform this operation.
Coordinates, huh?
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. You look but see nothing of note. These are display panels for the laser drill.
This technology is cruder and less efficient than the rest of the complex, Captain.
Do I think the Star Trek crew could be able to defeat Cell from Dragon Ball Z? As long as it's in an episode of Star Trek, then sure.
Why was I even brought down on this mission, Jim? I'm a doctor, not a welder.
Actually, an excellent question.
Looks like a museum piece to me, Captain.
This is one heck of a museum, Ensign.
Still a mess, though.
This panel has a slot in it rather than a keypad. The slot bears traces of triphosphorus silver, and power is currently running to it. I am recording the pattern of this lock into my tricorder.
Does that mean you can open it now? Hey! Aver Zion, thank you for following. Appreciate it.
My fingers are too large to fit into
Hope you're
the
doing
slot.
well. Thank you.
This panel has a slot in it rather than a keypad. The slot bears traces.
What does that mean? That you're okay? You put the stuff in your thing. That's great.
Captain, if you destroy the lock, there will be no way.
Then you open the door.
We must find a way to bypass its lock system.
You recorded something into your tricorder, which is nice.
Nothing happens.
Anything else in this room?
There are a few stress fractures on this beam, but it still looks to be quite sturdy.
Nothing to report. Nothing to report. I used the keycard pattern scanned from the lock to program the drill. It should now be able to make a template of the keycard in the rock.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, get back over there. Pick it up.
The laser drill has cut a template for the keycard in the stone.
Okay. Now I need to, like, melt something. Do this.
Jim, stop trying to shoot everything. You're making me nervous.
I like it. If we just melt it a little bit now.
Spock, why don't you check it?
Captain, the template would be damaged by direct fire.
Okay. Never mind then.
Nothing to report.
No, I don't have anything molten. I like melt it right
Violence
above.
will not solve.
No. Yes, I am going to be covering Game S mornings. It's true.
There's nothing there requiring a ship.
Will Grab's on vacation.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I haven't done anything with the wires yet, I don't think.
Nothing to report.
See, I really liked my idea to melt the rock, but...
Jim, stop trying to shoot everything.
I don't have that many tools. Kaiju Kyle, thank you so much for 16 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, it makes me nervous. I can't technically, like, go back here or even outside. I don't see any, like, materials.
You see another chamber. A computer terminal. Each word in the Lucre language has 3 aspects: submissive, neutral, and aggressive, to supply connotation to their language.
That's nice. I mean, I can go back outside, but, like, there's nothing out there as far as I could tell. I mean, I could maybe pick up some dirt, put in there and heat that up, and then make a key card. But I don't... the game's not really letting me interact with dirt. This pixel here drives me crazy. This one gray pixel. Oh, cover it up, cover it up. There you go, I did it. Covered up perfectly. Oh.
You retrieve a rock. You retrieve a rock.
I can't believe that worked. Who did I get to throw the rock at this time? Okay. Look at this go. Look at us go. Shocked that worked. Yeah, I could make some sort of rudimentary lathe. Okay.
Captain, with the 3 kAg content of the surface rocks and the tricorder scan of the pattern inside the lock, I believe the laser drill can be used to fashion the ID card needed to open the sealed door in the other chamber.
That's the idea. Oh yeah. That's fun. Hey, look, I don't know. That puzzle wasn't too bad. I mean, it did occur to me, like, well, I could go outside. There must be some sand or a rock or something. I gotta melt something in there.
say.
The only thing that confused me was like Spock just like, oh, obviously now I have the telemetry data for the card and can make it with the drill. I'm like, oh yes, of course you can. That's exactly what I thought you could do. All right. Whoa.
This appears to be the brain of Scythe. There are two identical but isolated computers that communicate with a third, which controls the launch of missiles.
Is this about the submissive blah blah blah?
Welcome to Scythe Operations Center, Omega Unit. Estimated time to optimal launch range is 1.31 hours adjusted.
Walk faster. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 15's a good boss fight in general.
Welcome to Scythe Operations Center, Alpha Unit. Estimated time to optimal launch range is 3.21 hours adjusted.
Budsack, thank you so much for 35 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you.
This computer cannot be accessed directly. It is controlled by the other two computers.
Hope you had a good weekend. Okay, well we have this wire.
The connector snaps into place.
Okay.
Welcome to Scythe Operations Center.
The launched missiles will run out of fuel before they reach Proxtree. They will drift into the sun and burn up.
Oh, good.
Kirk to Enterprise, how are the transporters, Scotty?
They're operational again, Captain. We're ready to bring you back at any time.
Bring us home.
Well, that part was easy. I'm worried we're gonna find out like I should have done more in there and I'm only gonna get like 1 or 2 points. Maybe I should have
Message from
tampered with
Starfleet.
the missiles.
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have read your
Nope,
report
killed
on the
it.
problems at
Wait,
Proxima
do.
3 and evaluate your performance at 85%. You and your crew received 2 commendation points. Well done, Captain.
Yeah, I want to
Keep up
reload
the
and
good
see if there's
work.
anything else to do in
Hard
that
to believe
room.
that Earth came so close to the brink itself.
Vulcans, too. Both, in the end, looked into the abyss and came to the only logical conclusion.
Logic? Humans? I'm dreaming, Jim.
Sometimes it is harder and braver to make peace rather than war.
Sounds like emotion had its part to play in a positive sense, too.
I don't know about you, but I'd like to bid an emotional goodbye to Alpha Proxima myself.
Take us out of orbit, Mr. Sulu.
Yeah. Good. Again, like I can't just reload right away because I have to wait for this stuff to play out.
Vengeance.
This is the last mission, so we'll finish this today.
Captain's log. We are arriving at the last known position of the USS Republic, which reported that it was under attack 12 hours ago.
Captain, the ship's sensors have picked up what appears to be a starship. Minimal life support, minimal engine power, and only 2 life forms, one on the bridge, the other in sickbay. Both appear to be gravely injured. It is the Republic.
Oh, shit. Someone took a bite out of it.
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott, you have the con.
I am preparing an information packet for Starfleet. Shall I send it or wait for you to return?
Send it now. If a hostile ship arrives, head immediately for Starbase 24. Wait until we get back. No sense giving Starfleet incomplete information. If anyone else arrives, beam us aboard and raise shields immediately. Send it now. If a hostile ship arrives, head immediately for Starbase 24.
No idea which one of these would be better.
Wait until we get back. No sense giving Starfleet incomplete information. If anyone else arrives, beam us aboard and send it now.
We gotta load a save anyways. The save's also gonna be the last place where I can redo that.
My God, Jim, what kind of butcher would do something like this?
I don't know, Bones. We're too far from the Klingon and Romulan borders.
Probably those
for it to be one
pirates
of their
again.
ships.
Enterprise to Captain Kirk.
Kirk here. What is it, Scott?
We picked up a distress signal. It appears a trading vessel is having a wee bit of trouble with their warp drive. What condition is the Republic in?
It's a mess, Scotty. Life support's functioning, but that's about it.
I've done a primary scan of the Republic's systems. Main and auxiliary power is out. Life support is stable. I also read that communications are operable.
Should we beam you back, Captain?
Do the sensors read any other ships in the sector?
Besides the trade vessel, this sector is clear, sir.
He said
Mr.
Wessel.
Scott, we will continue here. Assist the trade ship and return here. If we need assistance, we'll contact you.
You sure you'll be all right, Captain?
Yes, Scotty, just don't take too long. Kirk out. Well, gentlemen, let's see if we can re-establish power.
Jim, don't forget, there's another survivor on board. We've got to find him.
All right. I wonder what else we could possibly do here to get another point.
This appears to be the brain.
Missiles of death and destruction. The Lucre believed that you could never have enough of them. This door is marked with a radiation hazard symbol.
Readings indicate an extremely high radiation level beyond those doors. It would be fatal to proceed beyond them. A crude uranium-235 nuclear device with lithium-beryllium shells to increase heavy particle fallout.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Yes. I don't know what else I would do in here. I wonder what I'm missing to get that extra point, you know?
A crude uranium-235 nuclear device with lithium-beryllium shells to... Readings indicate...
Nothing happens.
It's just like, the solution seems so obviously easy. Like, I picked this item up in the last room, it was not hidden, and then I just use it on the only thing here I could use it on? Right, come on. Right, that's what I'm trying to think. So, like, I'm redirecting the launch, which is something. Is there a way to prevent the launch altogether? It doesn't seem like it.
Missiles of death and... This computer controls the launch of missiles. It is directly controlled by the other computers.
Mr. Spock, why don't you take a look at those?
Welcome to Side Operations Center, Alpha Unit.
Mr. Spock, why don't you take a look?
As soon as I connect the wires, I think it's basically done.
Welcome to Side.
This computer is functional and performing an average 0.75 million operations per second.
They do disagree about the time to launch, which seems like it's important, but...
This computer is functional and performing an average 1.2 million operations per second.
Captain, something is wrong with the computers. They may be twins, but they are not identical.
It appears they are out of sync, Captain. I have to assume the Alpha unit has a virus, which is using up an incredible amount of computing time.
They report different optimum launch times, which is right.
Given the elliptical orbit and the range at which they will pass Proxtree, the Omega unit is correct, but the window is very narrow. A variation of minutes will mean the missiles run out of fuel and fall harmlessly into the sun.
Can you reprogram the Lucre's computer to give us that time, Mr. Spock?
Reprogramming an old alien computer is not simple, Captain. The odds against success are 10,221 to 1 against.
Too bad all Omega here couldn't just take a sick day and miss the firing.
Because the two machines are isolated, the virus did not spread from one to the other.
If we could only bridge them.
Okay. That's what I did. It seems to be the only thing to do, honestly. Basically think whatever the... that may give the points. That's what I did last time, though. You think just that conversation? It could just be that. You are right. It is kind of wild. Yeah, you could be right. Again, and that's a holdover from like the old Tierra Adventure games, which I don't love. Well, whatever points I get here, then we'll go with it. Right.
Mr. Spock, why don't you take...
Welcome to Side Operations.
Which is weird, because like the points, sometimes it's like, oh, because you did the best thing. Sometimes it's just, well, you did the best thing, but you didn't like arbitrarily complete these steps to get to it, and I don't love that.
Kirk to Enterprise, how are the transporters, Scotty?
They're operational again.
Bring us home.
Let's see. Again, if we don't get 3 points this time, it's fine. I'm not even sure how much the points are going to matter at the end.
Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have read your
Yeah,
report
there it
on
is.
the
That's all.
problems at
That's all it
Proxima
was.
3 and
That's annoying.
evaluate your performance
We'll
at
take it.
92. The top brass at Starfleet are impressed.
Hard to believe that Earth came so close to the brink itself.
Vulcan's logic? Sometimes.
Sounds like he...
I don't know about you.
Take us out of our...
All right. Yeah, I gotta show my homework.
Vengeance.
Captain's log. We are arriving at the last note.
Captain, the
Spock, come with me. Mr. Scott?
I am preparing an information.
Send it now.
Okay, and we
The
need that
hostile
old
ship
save in
arrives,
case this
head
choice
immediately
turns
for
out to be
Starbase
wrong.
24, but
My God, Jim.
I don't know, Bones.
Enterprise Secretary.
Kirk here. What?
We picked up.
It's a mess, Scott.
I've done a...
Do the sensors... Mr. Scott.
You sure you'll be all right, Captain?
Yes, Scotty. Just... Well, gentlemen, let's see if we can...
Jim, don't forget. There's...
Okay. Make a new save.
Save new game.
Then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get a drink real quick. Be right back, everybody. You enjoy those buzzing noises. All right. By the way, I don't know if you saw the schedule. Giant Bomb, there's a new This Is the Run starting premium users. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. I'm curious if anybody has any guesses on what game we're gonna do it. This Is the Run for. Guess also new Blight Club on Wednesday. It's a big week.
Here is the body of Captain Patterson of the Republic. He didn't die without a fight.
Dan, you cannot guess.
This person is dead.
Considering you helped me record it today. Somebody's alive on this bridge, I thought.
Main computer banks. They appear to have been damaged. Main computer banks. You are on what's left. This person is dead. This is the captain's chair where the captain's log is stored.
Oh, let's access that.
My tricorder has picked up the final entry of the Republic.
Oh, babe, I'll let you
We're
know
under
soon.
attack. Our sensors are inoperative. We're trying to get shields up. Our rear deflectors down. It appears our enemy is a Constitution-class starship.
What?
We've tried to defend ourselves. We've hailed them, but no response.
That's all there is, Captain.
Dick Patterson was never one for making long speeches.
He's dead now. We're a Constitution-class starship. How are you guys doing over there?
Kirk to Enterprise. Kirk to Enterprise.
Enterprise here.
No, I can't tell you a
We're still
console.
tracking the distress call. Are you all right, sir?
Yes, Uhura. Just wanted a status report. Kirk out.
By the way, I know I said I wanted to buy Elden Ring on Steam so I could have it on my computer. And I thought I was a genius because I realized the Steam Summer Sale was coming up. I was like, I'll wait till then. Yeah, Elden Ring's not on sale. Great. Can I even leave the bridge if I want to? Yes. Whoa. Oh my god. Well, everything looks pretty inaccessible. Okay. What? Okay. Bridge, auxiliary control, sick bay. Somebody was in sick bay. Let's go there first. This is the final mission, so I expect it to be intense.
Just like too many deaths in human history.
Thank you, computer.
There is a twisted mess of wire and metal falling from the gaping hole in the ceiling. It is blocking access to Turbolift 2. There is far too much debris to be cleared by hand.
I can't believe it. That's Brittany Murata. I knew her from my academy days. We studied alien history together.
All alien history?
She's suffering from severe trauma and internal bleeding. I'll see what I can do.
Do what you can, Bones. I need to find out what happened here.
She's in bad shape, Jim. I've tried to stabilize her, but it doesn't look good.
No, you won't get us.
Murata, what happened?
They said it was the Enterprise. They had visual confirmation.
What about the Enterprise?
You killed us, Jim.
Yeah, they say.
Friends for you. I trusted you.
It wasn't the Enterprise, Murata.
There's nothing more I can do.
Is she dead?
That won't bring her back. She's gone.
Damn it.
You get no response.
So somehow they think they're under attack by the Enterprise.
He's dead, Jim. I can't bring him back.
You pick up the empty hypodermic injector.
I'm gonna do that.
That will accomplish nothing, Jim.
Maybe I want some of her blood.
Nothing happens.
What about these Pac-Mans up here? Can they do anything? Pac-Men?
The medical scanner has registered the death of Brittany Murata. This monitor has recorded the death of a patient.
We don't care about his name.
Well, gentlemen, let's see if we can re-establish power.
There's supposed to be someone else alive somewhere.
A molecular saw. the 23rd century equivalent of a hacksaw.
If we had that, we could have amputated her damaged brain and saved her.
You retrieve the molecular saw. Yet another crewman of the Republic whose life was unfairly abbreviated. This is the maintenance panel for the auxiliary control room door.
The vent is far too small for any one of us to fit through. It is also blocked 0.3 meters inside the duct.
And yet, I want to open that.
Tricorder indicates that the panel is currently sealed by Federation standard molecular bonding cement.
Can we unbond it?
That may not be wise, Captain. It could damage the entire door assembly in its weakened condition.
Oh, like we could saw it off, I guess, right?
Nothing happens.
Nope.
Nothing happens.
Right. Go look elsewhere. Guess engineering.
This turbo lift cannot reach that area of the ship.
Oh, that's a problem.
This turbo lift cannot reach that area of the ship.
Wait, so we gotta go to sick bay first?
This turbo lift access is blocked by an extremely high radiation level.
Yeah. All right then. I guess we got these 3 areas right now. Anything we can do with our new equipment here? I don't think so.
Main computer banks. They appear to have been damaged.
There are no more computer entries accessible from this station. There are no more... Tricorder readings indicate that the ship is running on minimal battery power. Only life support and essential systems are currently running.
We take the captain's wallet.
You fail to obtain anything.
No. Okay, doesn't really seem to be anything here.
Nothing happens.
The Starfleet engineers did their work well, Captain. A surprising amount of the ship is intact.
Too bad you can't say the same for the crew. I'd like to meet the people responsible for this and give them a piece of my mind.
You'll get your chance, Bones, I promise.
I'm not in a talking mood right now, sir.
Everyone's dead, Captain. It makes me sad.
The vent is far too...
Right.
The panel has been fastened shut with some kind of sealant.
I'm assuming I have to load up my hypospray with something and then use it to work on the sealant.
There is a twisted mess of wire and metal falling.
Oh.
Captain, the support beam for the ceiling is damaged here. There will be no way to safely clear out the debris without a replacement.
I mean, it's got to stop making new debris eventually.
Captain, the support beam for the ceiling is...
This is a length of heavy-duty insulated power cable.
Oh.
You've taken the cable.
Perspective really messed with me on that one.
This is a length of heavy-duty insulated power cable.
infinitely spawning trash. I don't think there's anything else in here.
He's dead, Jim. I can't... There's nothing more I can do for her, Jim.
I'm just trying to think what I would need a power cable for.
This door leads back to the court. This is the Republic's sick bay. Fortunately, power is still functioning here. Your crewman's death was pointless. There is far too much. The debris is blocking. Nothing happens.
Oh boy.
Nothing happens.
Welcome back to Nothing Happens Town, everybody.
Nothing happens.
I have 3 items that I really have no idea what I would want to do with any of them.
You fail to obtain.
The vent is far too...
He looks at you.
This is important. Down here. I mean, there's...
Tricorder indicates that the panel is currently sealed by Federation standard molecular bonding.
Which Star
cement.
Trek character do you want as a magic card the most? That's a good question. I mean, Q's gonna be great as a magic card. For sure. Garrick. Obviously Garrick. Simple Taylor Garrick. It'll probably say that.
The vent is far too small for any one of us to fit through. It is also blocked 0.3 meters inside the duct.
Can I not shoot this?
Captain, it would be unwise to use your phaser considering the already extensive...
No, come on, you guys are no fun. Never let me use my phaser on anything. Tuvix, that'd be pretty
Nothing
good.
happens.
Tuvix would be fun.
The door is jammed shut.
Sure is. I mean, this has got... There's gotta be something in here. I gotta be opening this thing. I can't believe I can't use the saw to open this.
Nothing happens.
Nah, or this.
Nothing happens.
The saw's gotta be for something.
Nothing happens.
Okay. We still can't go in any of these, right?
This turbo lift cannot reach that area of the ship. Turbo lift access is blocked by an extremely high radiation level.
Why does it say accessible? That's a lie.
This turbo lift cannot...
Alright, so there's something else in the bridge then. It doesn't really look like it.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I mean...
Nothing
Sure doesn't look like
happens.
there's anything else to do in here.
Captain, I believe we have exhausted all our options concerning data retrieval here on the bridge.
Yeah, he said I needed, yeah, maybe it's just a matter of, making a support to stop the trash, which, I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I guess we're gonna figure it out. Seems like the only clue we have. Oh, wrong place. That was over here. That might make a path to engineering.
One of the many battered corridors of the USS Republic. There is a twisted mess of wire.
the support beam for the ceiling is damaged here, there will be no way to safely clear out the debris without a replacement.
All right. I need a new support beam. Don't know how I'm gonna do that. With a tube wire.
The molecular saw is too fine of a cutting tool to be of any use in clearing the debris.
Yes, we are going that way. Question is how.
This is an empty hypodermic injector. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
I mean, I wouldn't even call these... I guess they're support beams. I can't interact with them. It's not like I can move any of them.
This is a length of heavy-duty insulated power cable.
I don't need a power cable for anything. Like, it looks like over there there's something on the floor. This thing, but I don't think I...
One of the many battered corridors of the USS...
Yeah, not really.
Turbo lift ahead, Captain.
Right, we can't access it.
Damn this tricorder. Why couldn't one of them be alive?
Be careful, Captain. This ship is a death trap.
A poor choice of words, Ensign.
No, he's right. Is the door here? No. No, I didn't get a Cajun accent. Don't worry, you're all spared. We talked to her and we got the injector here. There's no dialogue for that one? That's interesting.
Yet another crewman of the Republic. You fail to obtain...
Okay. Feels like we're missing something in the great pixel hunt of life right now. Again, I feel like I should be able to open up this panel somehow. This looks like a support. I'd like to pick that up. Or that. Or have some way of opening the sealant, at least.
This corridor leads to auxiliary control. It is a real mess.
Okay, no. Nope, don't want to do that. I tried sawing it.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
The molecular saw will not penetrate a security door.
Yeah, bop it. Saw it. Twist it.
Kirk to Enterprise. Kirk.
Enterprise here. We're still tracking the
Yes, Uhura. Just
nothing there. Nothing
The
happened.
door is jammed shut. The door is jammed shut.
What happened? Me and my girlfriend, we were in the World War II museum. We kind of kept laughing, imagining Matt McMuscle's doing a what happened on World War II for some reason. What happened? World War II. Damn it, Spock, get in there.
The vent is far too small for
I don't want anyone to crawl through it. I just want to open it
also
and
blocked.
get what is clearly inside there. Damn it.
You fail to obtain anything. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Just feel like I'm running out of things to interact with. Again, I feel like there should be more in the bridge, but every time I'm there, there's not much going on, and Spock just yells at me like, "Why are we still here? This place sucks."
What kind of a butcher would do this sort of...
There is a thing on the bridge. I knew it.
You are on what's left of the... This man is dead. This person is dead. A common tritanium duranium support beam.
Oh my god.
The support beam is still attached to the hull.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's the pixel we needed to hunt. I mean, it looks like junk just like everything else.
The molecular saw easily cuts through the beam, separating it from the hull. You pick up the beam. It's a little heavy, but you manage it.
Yeah, just a little heavy, huh? It's the entire beam. Alright, whatever. We got it. We did it. Mystery solved.
The ceiling appears stable. We should now be able to use Turbolift 2, Captain.
I have not built my Lego Enterprise yet. Need to.
Save new game. Too many games say save new game. Can't delete. Save new can't delete. Save new can't delete. Save new.
You think Turbo Sean knows about turbo lifts? Okay, I'm not using it now. There we go. Davis, thank you for 7 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Captain, I'm picking up a functioning energy source in the immediate vicinity.
Well, good thing I have an energy cable.
You fail to obtain anything.
Oh my God, Jim, is that what I think it is?
Yes, Doctor. It is a portable fusion power pack.
A few centimeters lower with that phaser and half this section would be history, not to mention us.
Whoops.
Actually, Doctor, 3.2 centimeters. And based on our proximity to the explosion and the angle of the beam...
Thank you, Spock. I think we get the point.
This is the most powerful portable energy storage device ever developed by man. It is used to provide temporary power to small systems when main or auxiliary power is unavailable.
Let's take it.
You pick up the portable fusion power pack.
Probably need that.
This is a junction box used for temporary rerouting of engineering circuits. This port is used to connect emergency power from the impulse engines to other systems if dedicated lines are damaged.
Oh boy.
These are the impulse engines for the Republic. This is the emergency power input port for the fusion mixture regulator. This is much too heavy to lift. Nothing happens. You connect a length of cable between the impulse engine and the junction box.
Does that do anything?
This is a junction box used for temporary rerouting of engineering circuits.
I mean, needing more cables, it looks like.
This is a standard storage closet. The closet opens, revealing a library of engineering technical journals. The oil canister is bolted to the hull and can't be taken.
Well, why would they... Good thing I have a freaking saw.
Nothing happens.
Oh, really? Okay, can I get some oil on my hypo spray then? Oh, yeah.
The hypo is now filled with multi-purpose oil. Nothing happens.
Let's take a book. Take a look.
You take the engineering technical journals.
In a book.
This is a set of engineering technical journals. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
What, nobody wants to read anymore?
Nothing happens.
Lazies. Alright. Go look somewhere else. Good start, good start. We got some oil and some books. We even go in there? Don't think so. Okay, to the transporter room. What? You okay up there?
This man is dead.
Oh, no. No, he's not.
A large piece of equipment has fallen through the ceiling. The area looks extremely unstable. Fortunately, the entry to the transporter room is near.
Oh, wait, there's another cable right here. Found the other cable, good.
You pick up a length of cable.
It's considered not too bad.
These are the power conduits for the transporter system. These sliders activate the transporter systems.
Spock, would it be possible to connect the fusion power pack directly into the transporter power circuits?
Fascinating. It can be done. However, the transporter will only be able to transport a single person.
Do it, Spock.
No, I don't think we need to transport anybody yet. See what happens if we try.
This unit is fully functional, but I do not see the logic in using it at this time, Captain. The Enterprise is out of range for transport.
Well, when we need to transport somebody, we'll be ready. Okay. Anything else? Nope, so far so good. Go, check out weapons bay. We can overwrite that save.
Save new game. Replace previous.
Turbo lift access is blocked by an extremely high radiation level.
Okay, well, we should be able to take care of that now. Right?
Nothing happens. You connect a length of cable between the regulator circuits in the junction box.
Okay.
Please select an impedance.
Spock?
Captain, the wrong setting on this particular device may cause the fusion reactors to melt down. We will have to do some research to determine the correct setting.
Oh, don't worry.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Alright,
This is a set of engineering technical journals.
Right. Read them.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
What's going on? Are they like computer chips?
This is a set of engineering technical journals. Nothing happens.
They don't look like books, that's for sure.
Nothing happens.
But where should we use? Also have this oil still.
These are the impulse.
I never... Man, the set design for TNG sure is a glow up from original series. I never liked the way the engineering room looked compared to TNG, where you have that awesome warp core and stuff. Come on, leave. Oh, don't do that. Alright, get here.
Captain, it is unadvisable to approach too closely. There is an open fire nearby.
Is the fire in danger of spreading, Spock?
No, Captain. There is an inadequate supply of flammable material. It will eventually burn itself out.
Do we want to go that way?
These ladders are used when turbo lifts are unavailable. Unfortunately, it is blocked by debris and a small smoldering fire.
That's why we're doing the thing over there, right? Oh, there we go.
This turbo lift cannot reach that area of the ship.
God, I really have to go to the sickbay first. See if I can use this in a computer here.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Oh, I guess not. Is the oil gonna make this loose? Surprise me.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, I think so.
Nothing happens.
The medbay computer seemed like it was just vital, so I'll try it in a second. Have you played the game? If Riker asks you to, what's the game?
Nothing happens.
The game? I don't know what that is. Oh, from the Star Trek Next Generation. No. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm special. I'm sure I would have fallen subject to it just like everyone else, but Wonder Kid, Wesley Crusher. I don't think it would be Dan who would get me to do it, though. Okay, so I still have to open this panel up. I don't really see anything that needs oil.
Nothing happens.
Oh, Riker, not Riker. Yeah, I would be intimidated by Riker and do anything he told me to.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, that would get me real fast.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
God damn it.
Nothing happens.
Okay. I don't think it is a blue thing on the table. I think it's just a light. I mean, that's where I got the hypo spray.
You retrieve the medical drill.
Never mind. Well, that's good to know.
This is a laser drill.
Well, that's gonna help. That's wild to put two things on that table. Come on. How was I supposed to know that? Alright. This is gonna do something either here. Yep.
The drill easily breaks through the seal of the panel.
What about that?
Nothing happens. The panel opens easily. The debris is jammed in too tight.
Oh boy.
That may not be wise, Captain. It could damage the entire...
What do you think we should do?
Initial scans show that the gear mechanism is currently jammed with metallic debris.
Okay.
The debris is jammed in too tight.
Is this what I need the oil for? Oh, yeah.
The oil seeps into and loosens the debris.
Sure.
The gears are completely cleared of debris.
All right, there we go. What's going on? I can't do anything. Kirk is just... Oh, no. What's happening? You just stood in front of this door and it won't open. Oh, no. I can't, like, open the menu. If you can't open the menu, you can't quit. I mean, we didn't save too long ago, but it's annoying. Looks like the game has kind of got in a crash. That was the last thing I did. Oh my god. That's annoying. Okay. Set auto 4. Hang out loud. Tight. Give me a minute here. Anything we can do. Alright, turn the game off at least. Let's reload. It'll be fine. Gotta remember what I haven't done yet when I reload.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the...
What? How do I do that?
Demon World.
I'll do that again. And again, I have to, like...
Though the Enterprise is...
Get through this thing. There
Captain
we go.
Patterson report.
The Republic is on it.
Now load. Okay, we came down here. Alright, and we've even plugged in the transporter.
These controls at the...
Okay, I think we just gotta pick up the power drill then. Right? Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah, this didn't really miss much. No, I never got KOTOR 2 working, at least while streaming. So, I'm gonna have to wait for some new development to present itself there someday. I gotta go to medbay first, right? Guess that big blue light there was trying to tell me there was something there still.
You retrieve the medical drill.
I mean, hopefully they just... I think at some point they might update that game, but who knows. Okay, now we're going... here. Okay. In this sequence of events...
The drill easily breaks through.
Oh, wait, we just use it first.
The panel opens easily. The oil seeps into and loosens. The gears are completely.
Okay, let's just. All right, hey. This looks like a fun room.
These are Federation standard record decks.
What? Cortex.
You take the record decks.
Yeah, sounds like record dicks. Funny.
This is the Republic's auxiliary control room. It appears to be in better shape than the main bridge.
Thanks, Dan thinks it's funny too.
This is a standard input-output slot for record decks.
All right, we're gonna use that for both these things. I got it.
These are the auxiliary helm and navigation controls for the Republic. Though they are intact, the ship is in no condition to move under her own power.
All right. First, these ones.
Captain's log. Stardate 6087.6. The Republic is currently approaching the Vardane system. Sensors have detected unusual energy fluctuations near one of the Vardanian moons. Starfleet has ordered us to investigate.
Yeah, all right. Learn yourself up, Spock.
Captain, I have examined the engineering journals. According to Chapter 18, we can run...
Jim, do we really need a lesson in starship engineering?
Spock, just tell me if they will help.
Why, yes, Captain.
All right then. Back to engineering. Doing good. Suppose I can save again.
Save new game.
I'd be curious to check out Judgment Rights, because I don't know if it's as episodic as this one, which might be interesting. I like the episodic nature of this one, don't get me wrong. It'd be interesting to see this, like, system kind of used in a more like a more single long mission game. People are saying there was a TNG point-and-click game, which I never heard of that. Oh, I never even did. Oh, okay. Well, we have it, so it's fine. This is it. Judgment
You
Rights
connect the length of cable between the regulator circuits in the junction box.
Please select an impedance.
I have to look up that TNG game.
Spock?
Captain, the information obtained from the engineering journals indicates the correct impedance setting to be 19,000 ohms.
Go ahead and adjust the settings, Spock.
Power has now been restored, Captain.
Okay. And I said that's good. Yeah, I think I actually changed this option, by the way, earlier. So that fire's still going. But I think we can go to weapons bay now.
Turbo-lift access is blocked by an extremely high radiation level.
Sure.
This turbo-lift.
I think we can operate the ship now.
Mr. Spock, what is the condition of the fire control system?
Oh, nice.
There currently is no power being allocated to the weapons system. Even if there was a power source, the damage to the main computer is enough to prevent power allocation to that system.
Well, what the hell?
Mr. Spock, what is the condition?
There currently is no power being allocated to the weapons system. Even if there was a power source, the damage to the main computer is enough to prevent power allocation to that system.
Spock, what is the situation with the impulse engines?
The main computer is too badly damaged to actively control the power circuits.
Mr. Spock, what is the status of the ship's computer?
There is extensive damage to the main processing unit of the ship's computer. It will take several days at a starbase to repair.
We don't have several days, Mr. Spock.
Unless we can find a suitable computational alternative, there will be no way to control the ship's systems.
That's just great, Spock. We don't exactly carry an M5 computer in our inventory.
Correct, Doctor. However, there may be another alternative. Linked tricorders, along with the circuits in the data reader, should have the processing power necessary to control a single Starship system.
Thank goodness for parallel processing. I don't know what computers could do without it.
Nothing to report, Captain.
Do that thing you said.
Spock crudely attaches the science tricorder to the computer console.
Okay.
Science tricorder taken.
Oh, no. Keep that there.
Spock crudely attaches the science tricorder to the computer console. These are the auxiliary helm and navigation controls for the Republic. These are the auxiliary...
Oh, gosh darn it.
Science tricorder.
Don't do that.
Spock crudely attached...
Okay, good. You did that.
The science tricorder is... The science tricorder...
Okay, that's good.
Mr. Spock, what is the status of the ship's computer?
There is extensive damage to the main processing unit of the ship's computer. It will take several days...
We don't have several...
Unless we can find a suitable...
That's just great, Spock.
Correct, Doctor. However, there may be another alternative. Linked tricorders, along with the circuits in the data reader, should have the...
Thank goodness for parallel...
Okay. I think I need to get into the data reader.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
What is the data reader?
This is a standard input-output... This is the Republic's This is the impulse power allocation control. Indicators show impulse power online.
What are these circuits he's talking about?
The auxiliary control room view screen is still operating.
I believe nothing needs to be...
Oh, things need to be said. I mean, is that not what... We've done the thing you said, but nothing's changed. Whoa, don't leave. Don't leave.
Mr. Spock, what is the condition of the fire control system?
There is no power allocated to the weapons system, Captain.
I mean, Bones has a... maybe I'm supposed to make Bones go and put his next to it.
Mr. Spock, what is the status of the ship's...
There is extensive damage...
We don't have...
Unless we can find...
That's just
correct.
Thank goodness for...
You put yours...
He looks at you. Spock crudely attaches the medical tricorder to the computer console.
Both tricorders are rigged into the main computer's central processing unit.
To be fair, I had to do that before. I should have known.
Power to control a single ship's system.
These are the auxiliary helm and navigation.
Captain, look! An Alassi ship.
That ship was cloaked.
Fascinating.
Is that all you can say?
Captain, I suggest we try to raise the shields. This is the photon torpedo launching control. With impulse power online and the tricorders performing computer control, I can divert power to...
Weapons. Shields. Transporter circuits. Weapons. Shields. Transporter circuits. Weapon shields.
Transporter circuits are already up.
Shields are up, sir.
Okay.
Captain, we are being hailed by the Alassi, Captain.
Put it on screen, Spock.
Well, if it isn't Captain Kirk. Fancy meeting you out here all alone in such a shabby starship.
What do you want?
You should be more civil, considering your Enterprise is far away on a mercy mission helping that poor traitor.
It was a setup?
I can see why they made you Captain.
I assume since you haven't blasted us to bits, you want something.
Why, yes I do. It seems you failed to give one of my associates some rather important information.
The Masada, I presume. You want the locations of all your imprisoned comrades?
Yes, Kirk. The Republic's computers will have the data just as your Enterprise would. I give you 1 minute to comply.
Just try and get it. You can't threaten me. It will take time. The controls are smashed and the main computer's badly damaged. It will take hours to get power to the computer banks. Just try and get it. You can't threaten. It will take time.
Maybe I should just pump a few torpedoes into your shields and check it out for myself.
The Republic will fall apart if you fire on us. Then you'll never get the data.
All right, Kirk. We'll do it your way. I would rather not kill you. Besides, as an old friend that wants to meet you, I give you 30 minutes. And remember, no tricks.
Captain, the main computer is far beyond.
Shut up, Spock.
30 minutes then. Kirk out.
Spock, we're lying.
Save new game.
Fascinating. A cloak.
I'm not one to overlook strategic implications, Mr. Spock, but we can save that for another time.
All right, can we get the fire under control now?
These are the auxiliary helm and navigation controls for the... These are the auxiliary...
I failed to see...
Somewhere was something about turning the fire off. We need to do that. No?
Mr. Spock, what is the condition of the fire control system?
There is no power allocated to the weapons system, Captain.
Oh, right, okay. We can do that then.
With impulse power...
Weapons.
Captain, the Alassi can surely detect the lowering of our shields. They will undoubtedly try to board us if we lower them.
Well, that's bad. How do we solve that problem, Mr. Spock? Okay. What a conundrum. If I lower the shields, they'll board us. But I need to divert power to weapons in order to get rid of that fire so I can go to the next area. I have... Maybe there's something we can do with the transporter now. Let's see if we can reach...
They are jamming all frequencies, Captain. We will not be able to contact the Enterprise.
So we can talk to them if we wanted to. I mean, we're not going to be able to use the transporter.
This turbo lift cannot...
The shields up, but let's see what he says. Let's see if anybody's thought of a use for that yet. There should still be one more person alive on this ship.
This unit is fully functional, but I do not see the logic in using...
Can we talk to him and maybe convince him
They are
not to?
jamming all frequencies, Captain. We will...
There's that damn fire. I mean, the way to get rid of the fire is definitely with this weapons thing.
Jim, since we do not have what they want, I don't think it's a good idea to contact them until we are able to defend ourselves.
Hey, Slightly James, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Right, we can't defend ourselves, and that's a problem.
Mr. Spock, what is the status of the ship's computer?
The tricorders are currently operating at 12.69% less than normal computing efficiency.
There is nothing at the moment for me to do there. There is nothing at the moment for me to do. There is nothing at the moment.
With impulse power online and the tricorders performing computer...
Weapons, shields, transport weapons, transport...
Captain, the Alassi can surely detect the lowering of our shields. They will undoubtedly try to board us if we lower them.
Spock, what about the fusion power pack? Could we use it to power the transporter?
I believe so, Captain. It would require a connection
We already
to
did
the
that.
transporter circuits in the main control console.
I mean, we already did that, but whoop-de-doo. Yeah, we have power to the transporter, but to what end? The Enterprise is not here. If we buy enough time, it might get here eventually.
McCoy wishes that Mr. Scott were here. Ensign Keege doesn't see the need for a
Fascinating.
I'm not one to...
Captain, do you suppose the Alassi might have used cloaking technology to project a false image of a ship the Republic would trust?
That is beyond the Alassi's capabilities, Ensign.
Cloaked Alassi. I wonder who the old friend they mentioned is.
I don't know, Bones.
Are you pro fireworks outside of professional sport? Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I'm fine with it, generally. I don't know. I don't have strong opinions. When people are like, it scares my animals, I get it.
You get no response.
This is the photon torpedo launching control.
These are the auxiliary helm and navigation controls for the Republic. These are the auxiliary helm...
I fail to see the lot.
Mr. Spock, what is the condition of the fire control system?
There is no power allocated.
These are the auxiliary...
This is the photon torpedo launching control.
Right. So if we could fire a ship, that'd be great. But I can't fire a ship because I can't get down the energy. No, when I select weapons, it tells me no.
With
That
impulse power online.
See, this is why.
Captain, the
Right.
Alassi can
I
surely
tried doing that
detect
right
the
away.
lowering of our shields. They will undoubtedly try to board us if we lower them.
That's the first thing I tried, but he said that. Anything? We're good. We'll figure it out. Is there anything else in here?
Captain's log, stardate 6087.8. We are under attack by 2 unidentified ships. I don't know how...
2. Yeah. So I feel like this should be important, but apparently it's not.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Turbo lift access is blocked by an extremely high radiation level.
Damn it.
This turbo lift.
No reason to be on the ship.
The controls have been totally destroyed, undoubtedly due to... They are jamming all frequencies.
so weird because I just seem to be stuck at this impasse of I can't. I think I need weapons to stop the Alassi ship in the weapons bay, but I can't get power to the weapons because then my shields will go down.
This turbo lift cannot.
Anything else in here?
A large piece of equipment has fallen through the ceiling.
Captain, please be careful. The floor in that area is very unstable and might collapse from our added weight.
You failed to obtain...
Yes, I was wondering, can I use this somewhere else, but doesn't seem so.
This is the transporter chamber.
This is the only access to the torpedo bay, Captain.
Torpedo bay?
This is the only access to the torpedo bay, Captain.
What?
We don't have much time.
Is that right, or is that a
Ready for your
mistake, you
orders,
think?
sir.
What? I'd love to get to the torpedo bay. Can't he teleport us within the ship still?
Spock, please check out the transporter.
This unit is fully functional, but I do not see the logic in using it at this time, Captain. The Enterprise is out of range for transport.
Okay, so it won't let me use it.
I certainly see nothing.
Captain, there are no coordinates set for the transporter.
Your 30 minutes is gonna elapse soon.
This man is dead. This man is dead.
I just have to spam him with it? Really? Oh, that's annoying if that's true.
This unit is fully... Captain, there are... I fail to see the logic in that... I fail to see the I fail to see the... Captain, there are no... This unit is fully functional, but I do not see the logic in... I fail to see the I fail to see... Captain, there are no Captain, there are no coordinates.
Yeah, sure.
I fail to see the This unit is fully...
We need coordinates of some kind. Oh. Coordinates for what? Okay, look around. Well, I can't beam outside of the ship with the shields up. It's got to be for something inside this ship. Now, isn't it the same class of ship as mine? Shouldn't we know the coordinates? I don't know. Maybe I have to get it from the computer. Maybe it's in the engineering manual again.
I have memorized all pertinent data, Captain. There is no need to
Maybe it's this
Nothing
thing. Huh?
happens. This is the auxiliary ship damage display. Red flashing damage indicators dominate its surface. An Alasi frigate is visible on the view screen. Though silent, the science and medical tricorders are jury-rigged. This is the impulse indicators currently show all. These are the auxiliary helm and navigation controls for the Republic. This is the fire control for the photon torpedo. A red flashing light is currently indicating a jam in the torpedo loading mechanism.
Captain, the torpedo loading system is malfunctioning. To clear it, we will have to physically examine the mechanism. Currently, all turbolift access to the torpedo bay is blocked by a hull breach. It is imperative that we get the weapons online.
I agree. Hey, Bucket.
This is the fire control for the photon torpedoes. These are the auxiliary helm and navigation.
Right.
These are the auxiliary.
All right. I want to be beamed into weapons, but we don't know how to go there. We don't know the coordinates. I mean, we can't get like a map of the ship somehow. There you go. Yeah, we definitely want to transport to Torpedo Bay, but he doesn't know the coordinates for it. So we have to figure out how to get him those, I guess. But the ship's computer is down.
The science and medical tricorder.
So we need the mall directory. Would it be in...
This turbo lift cannot reach that area of the ship.
Yeah, this is the fun thing now, is I don't know how to get there. Engineering? So we still just can't go this way.
Captain, it is unadvisable to approach too closely.
Is the fire in danger of spreading, Spock?
No, Captain. There is an inadequate...
I still feel like I need to get that fire taken care of, but I can't do that until the shields are down.
These are the controls to the Republic's impulse engines. This man is dead. These are the controls to... This is the fusion mixture regulator for the Republic's impulse engines. This is the fusion mixture... These are the controls...
The regulator is fully operating from the power tap run from the impulse engines. We can allocate power to ship systems in auxiliary control. I fail to see the lot...
Okay. I don't see anything that looks like a map in here. I even go up here? Probably not. Only Scotty goes up there. Okay. Doesn't seem to be anything else here.
This corridor leads to the Republic's engineering section.
We know that. If you want to nudge, go ahead, Firehair. If you can make it a vague nudge, that might be nice. But I understand it's difficult.
You look but see nothing. These controls set the coordinates for the... These sliders activate... These sliders activate...
Is there even... there are even more buttons than auxiliary control that I can push? Because, like, it is weird how sometimes that whole panel is just a panel. There's sometimes the one specific button on a panel actually does something distinct. And it's kind of frustrating and hard to figure out. Like, you think this whole panel is just one thing, right? Because if you like try to use it here, it says, if you look at this,
These are the
blah
auxiliary
blah blah,
helmet-
it's that. If you go over here,
These are the
blah blah, it's that.
auxiliary-
But if you click these two flashing red things, this is the fire control apparently.
This is the fire
Or
control
this is
for the photon torpedoes.
that's for photon torpedoes. And over here is for
This
the
is the
fire.
fire control. A
Yeah.
red flag.
Captain, the torp...
One of them is for the something else. Even I don't know.
This is the fire con. These are the auxiliary.
Yeah. Okay. So
This is a standard input. This is a standard input. This is a standard input. This is the impulse power allocation control. Indicators currently show all power diverted to the shields. This is the impulse power. Indicators currently show all power diverted to the shield. The science and medical These are the auxiliary. These are the auxiliary. These are the auxiliary. This is the impulse power indicators current.
man,
These are the auxiliary helm and nav. This is a standard This is a standard input. This is a standard.
I don't see anything
This is the
standing out.
Republic's au- These are the auxiliary. These are the auxiliary helm and navigation controls for the Republic.
I don't see anything else to push.
This is the fire control. A red flashing light is currently indicating a jam in the
Captain.
I know.
These are the auxiliary. Spock wishes that Mr. Scott. These are the auxiliary helm and navigation control. These are the auxiliary helm.
Slowly
These are
going
the
down the
auxiliary.
line.
These are the auxiliary. These are the auxiliary. This is the auxiliary. This is the Republic's auxiliary.
Yeah, I was like, is Spock blocking something? But
I failed to...
I mean, there's just this thing here. Be wild if Spock could be blocking things.
With impulse power...
Weapons. Shield. Transporter shields.
Power has already...
These are the auxiliary. This is the Republic. This is the fire control. This is the fire control. A red flashing light is
Captain.
These are the auxiliary helm and this is the fire control. This is the fire control. A red flashing light is
It only says that sometimes about the red flashing light. If I click on this right side, it doesn't mention the red flashing light. I don't know. Are you sure? Are you sure, Firehair? Am I just somehow comically missing it? I might have the coordinates now. You think? Is it just because Spock was talking about how imperative? Oh, I wonder if it's just a matter of triggering that dialogue of Spock saying, "Hey, we need to go to the weapons bay." It might have just been that, honestly. Yeah, I guess it could have just been that. Sure. I could see that being the video game logic here. Whatever, we're getting there. Hopefully the long amount of time I'm taking to do it's not going to hurt me.
I failed to see... Transporter systems are operational, Captain.
There we
Coordinates have
go.
been set to the photon torpedo loading bay. I failed to see the...
Ensign Keege, I want you to beam into the torpedo bay and unjam the loading mechanism. If you don't succeed, we'll all be on permanent shore leave in an Alassi jail.
I'll do my best, sir.
Oh god, we're sending the ensign on his own. Please, I believe in you.
Do it, Spock. What's causing the malfunction in the loading mechanism?
The inner loading door is stuck in the closed position. Now, I can force it open, but when the loading cycle has begun, the room will lose pressure. We won't be able to beam back here again.
Do it, Ensign. We'll just have to gamble that the system doesn't jam again.
The door's open, Captain. I'm ready to transport back.
Beam him back, Spock.
Oh, he made it. Look at us go. Alrighty. Let's see if this works. Won't they be surprised when we fucking shoot them? Alright, Spock. You are going to change to weapons real quick. We're gonna
With
fire.
impulse power online,
Weapons.
Captain, the Alassi can...
Mr. Spock, what is the condition of the fire control system?
There is no power allocated to the weapon system, Captain.
Mr. Spock, what is the condition?
There is no power...
There is no response. There is no response. This is the fire control for the photon torpedoes. Status indicators show that photon torpedo number 1 is loaded and ready to be fired.
Let's do that.
Well, Captain Kirk.
There we go.
I trust you and your valiant crew have retrieved the data I requested.
Not yet. We're having trouble accessing all the data files. Yes, we have. You'll have to beam over and get it, though. The computer subspace transmitter is out. Not yet. We're having trouble accessing all the data files. Yes, we have. You'll have to beam over and get it, though. The computer subspace transmitter is out.
Better lower your shields.
How convenient, Kirk. We'll beam over, but no tricks. My sensors read that only your shields have power. Lower them now.
We'll comply. Kirk out.
We should save. Make sure we don't mess this up.
Save new game. Too many games. Save new game. Cancel. Delete previous. Save new game.
I do like this. This is fun.
With impulse power online...
Weapons.
Power allocated to weapon systems, Captain.
Sensors indicate that the Alassi ship has lowered its shields. I suggest we prepare you a surprise soon, Captain. They will beam over any moment.
Fire everything! Woo! Hell yeah! That's pretty fun. That's neat.
Kirk, I should have known you'd try something underhanded like this. Weapons Master, fire all weapons on the Republic!
We can't, Captain. All weapon systems offline. Captain, the Enterprise is coming on high-speed approach.
Activate cloaking device. Kirk, until we meet again.
Not too soon, I hope.
Watch yourself, Captain. It may be sooner than you realize.
Enterprise to Captain Kirk. Are you safe, sir?
We're fine, Lieutenant.
Sir, we picked up another ship nearby, and we came as fast as we could. It appeared to cloak. Were you attacked by Romulans?
No, Ensign. It looks like the Alassi have been doing some business with him. Scotty, beam us back. We need to find that ship that attacked the Republic.
Aye, Captain.
We did it. I thought there was 2 life signs. I guess it was just the captain before he died at the last moment. I don't know. Man, it seems like we're not done yet, though. Let's see. Maybe we have a ship battle. It's weird. I got that, like, upgrade to my ship's weapons, and there haven't been any more ship battles since then.
Captain's log, stardate 6089.6. We are in pursuit of the starship that destroyed the Republic. Its trail is leading us to the planet Vardane, a member of the Federation whose motives have not always matched the high ideals of other Federation cultures.
Captain, I did not expect to hear you judge an entire culture. I understand the Republic.
I had bad experiences with the Vardane long ago, Mr. Spock.
Fascinating. Captain, I am reading a Constitution-class starship heading for Vardane at warp factor 5.
Captain, its transponder codes match ours.
Sensors indicate it is an exact duplicate of the Enterprise, including hull markings.
Open hailing frequencies. Increase to warp factor 8. Send a message to Starfleet. Open hailing frequencies. Increase to warp factor 8. Send a message to Starfleet.
Captain, that ship, whoever it is slowing to warp 3 and plotting an intercept course toward us.
Captain, we're being hailed by the enemy ship.
Captain Kirk,
Whoa.
this is the Enterprise 2. I am Dr.
Electric
Aez
Boogaloo.
Patel of the Verdane Defense Force. You do remember me, don't you, Captain?
I remember you. 10 years ago, when I was on the Farragut, we exposed your unethical practices to the Vardane Council.
The old Verdane Council. Politics is such a fickle business. The new one is much less concerned with trivial concerns. I remember your part in my disgrace, which is why when we began to construct our own Constitution-class ships, I insisted that we have our own Enterprise.
You could do that?
How did you manage to build a Constitution-class ship? You have 10 seconds to lower your shields and power down your weapons, or we will fire. You won't get away with this. The Vardane can't honestly expect to take on the entire Federation. How did you manage to build a Constitution-class ship?
Our intelligence network is better than yours, Captain. How else does one gather secret information?
You are a member of the Federation. You have signed Federation treaties.
And we shall break them. The Federation's interference in our internal affairs is intolerable.
You must have been building that
Thank you
ship
for the
long
raid,
before
Mary.
Trading Crisis.
Captain,
We're playing a Star Trek game.
All wars require justification. They aren't supposed to be fun. You have your justification and I have mine. Don't take diplomacy so seriously. However, Captain, I do intend to enjoy myself. I do intend to enjoy seeing Lieutenant Kirk's ship go up in flames. I shall laugh at the sight.
We'll see who gets the last laugh.
Hey everybody, we're towards the end of this Star Trek game. Star Trek the 25th anniversary. Kind of a point-and-click adventure game thing. I hope you had a good raid, Mary. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hope you're playing something fun. Let's see, what should we say to this mean guy? He's really mean.
I'm sure you would. You're a fool, Bredell. You can't defeat a trained Federation crew unless you ambush them. We'll see. You're a fool, Bredell. You can't defeat a trained Federation crew unless you ambush them.
I have noted that the Federation enjoys talking, Captain. You may talk yourself to your grave.
I think this would be like...
Prepare to be destroyed.
This might be like the last battle here. Weapons.
Arming weapons.
Shields.
Raising shields.
Let's get them. Ah. Repair our nacelles, please. Maybe our hull as well.
Aye, sir.
Come on, go. Enterprise versus Enterprise. Let's go.
There are several Elassie ships closing rapidly along with our twin. It seems Bredell has called up reinforcements.
Not fair. We'll kill them all. Maybe we should save.
Save new game. Too many games say save cancel delete. Save new game.
Right. Alright. Where are they? If I could just get one. At least they're not very good at fighting. I haven't struggled too much with the fights yet. I say.
Engines repaired, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. You repair the sensors?
Aye, sir.
Thank you. Oh my god, I cannot find them. Oh, because I'm not steering correctly. That's why. Oh, damn it. Actually, I gotta take care of the smaller guys first. If I can.
Sensors repaired, Captain.
Thank you. How about the nacelles?
Aye, sir.
Thank you. I'm getting picked up. There's one. Oh boy. So we maybe need to repair shields.
Target analysis on.
Actually, I don't really care about target analysis.
Analysis off.
Oh, there's one. Come on. Oh, they got us.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously saved game.
We'll do better this time, maybe. I don't know if there's anything we could have done. I mean, I had a couple options there at one point. Not you. There we go, somebody.
Our weapons are offline.
We need those.
Aye, sir. Phasers repaired, Captain.
Thank you. Work on the shields.
Aye, sir. Our weapons are offline.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Shields are falling. Our weapons are offline.
The Enterprise has been disloaded previously set.
I wonder if we just got into this fight in a bad way, or if we actually are blowing it somehow. I don't know.
Our weapons are offline.
I really wish that
Shields
was...
are falling. Our weapons are off.
How is this going so much worse?
The Enterprise has been disloaded previously.
At least that first time I stayed alive for a while, you know?
Our weapons are offline.
Okay, everyone.
Our weapons are offline.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously saved game.
The Vargane will neither ask for quarter nor give any, Captain.
Looks like I see some now.
Target analysis on. Target analysis on.
Aye, sir. Our weapons are offline.
Target analysis
Keep doing
on.
that.
Target analysis.
Aye, sir. Phasers repaired, Captain. Aye, sir. Torpedoes repaired.
These those get repaired
Aye,
quickly.
Our weapons are offline.
Target analysis. Target analysis.
Aye, sir.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously.
Boy. I wonder if I'm doing something wrong or if this is just hard.
Target analysis. Target analysis.
Aye, sir. Shields are falling. Our weapons are offline. Our weapons are offline. Aye, sir.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previous.
Alright, I don't think I can... If they're, like, coming at me, I gotta turn away because they just destroyed me. Try to increase... I think I increased my speed.
Aye, sir.
Okay, I've tried moving as fast as possible, and it might help. Hope I didn't, like, miss other optional upgrades.
The shields are falling. Our weapons are offline. Our weapons are offline.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously.
Aye, sir.
I think I can increase speed. Zero. I think we are going faster. Hopefully it's harder for them to hit me if I'm going fast. Hard to fucking see anything. But I'd rather repair the shields than the sensors. Does that help when I miss constantly? What's upside down?
The shields are falling! Our weapons are offline! Our weapons are offline!
Man, what happened? Man! Got the smoked all of a sudden there. I don't even know how. I think it was going okay. But it wasn't.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
There's an emergency power button I'm just remembering. I might need to use that. Oh, how?
The Enterprise has been
I was doing fine. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Aye, sir.
Was emergency power. Could just be E. Yep.
I don't know how long she can take.
That seemed good. What the hell's emergency power do?
Has been destroyed. Load of
Target analysis.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
Yeah, maybe I should read the manual, see what emergency power does. Maybe I need to do more with it after I do that. I mean, I assumed it would just boost my repair speed, but I don't know. Oh my god, I die so fast.
Load of previously saved data.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Allocation is optimized by shields, have top priority and always be charged as long as power is available. Weapons are armed, they have second priority power, phasers. Okay. A little confusing. Don't really know what emergency power does. I don't know if I'm going so fast that I'm using up too much power. Is that my issue? Okay, so emergency power is basically just a one-time use thing. Yeah, I don't know why I would want to reverse, but I can do that.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can...
Like, I already have lost most of my shields. This is such a difficulty spike compared to everything else the game has made me do. Find them. Where the hell are they?
She can't take it.
Come on. Where the hell are they? I haven't seen them once.
Engines repaired, Captain.
They don't look that repaired.
Aye, sir. Our weapons are offline. The shields are falling. Our weapons are offline.
I thought you repaired the shields. I don't really understand what's going on here.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can...
I mean, this radar is 2D, which isn't super helpful in a third-dimensional battle. I mean, there's something I'm doing. If this is supposed to just be hard, let me know. If there's something I did wrong, I need to reload, let me know. I mean, I know I'm aware there's other ship upgrades I could have gotten throughout the game to help, I guess, but there was like one option I had before this. I guess I could try that. People might not know, too. That's okay. You don't have to go looking up for me. Fuck's sake. It just seems hard. Good. Good.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long.
And it's like you see them head on, they're just gonna shoot you a bunch.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously saved game.
That engine shoots good behind. Reverse. Actually kind of worked, huh?
Target analysis.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
Target analysis off.
Their Enterprise seems a lot stronger than ours. I'm just gonna say it seems like bullshit. I want their Enterprise now. Seems like a good hit. Closer. Yes.
The shields are falling. Our weapons are off. Our weapons are off.
But already?
Aye, sir. Things are repaired, Captain.
Thanks, Scotty.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long.
Which color even is the Enterprise one? Because if I focus on that, that might help a little.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can take it. Aye, sir.
It'd be one thing if it was hard, but it just kind of seems like it's nonsense.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she...
Okay, let's actually put target analysis on. Let's see how close we are even getting. Shields are about half on it right now, honestly. Not bad. Where'd you go? Come on. If I could just get rid of one of them and not have them all firing at me at all times, I think we'll maybe have a chance. And at some point, we got to get lucky enough to at least accomplish that, you know?
Take it, Captain.
Or I'll just get shot up like crazy.
The Enterprise has been loaded previously saved
by the Corliss.
Target analysis on. Target analysis on.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
Yeah, she's gonna take it. I am. Yeah, that was fast.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load of
Got to do the reverse thing.
Our weapons are offline. The shields are Our weapons are offline.
Just kill me already. Finish me. Finish me. Yeah, do I have any practices saved? No, well, now you're not gonna kill me.
Target analysis.
Barely steer, like just drifting. Yes. All right.
The Enterprise has been disloaded previously.
Target analysis on.
Aye, sir. The shields are falling. Our weapons are off.
Already?
The shields are. Our weapons are off. I don't know how.
The Enterprise has been disloaded previously.
What the hell, man? Missed a lot there.
Aye, sir.
How?
Our weapons are offline. Our weapons are...
Nobody's
I don't know
here.
how long she can take.
Target analysis off. Target analysis off.
The Enterprise has been exploded previously.
That didn't do too much, but it was something.
Aye, sir.
This radar is so not entirely helpful. I have to say, there's a hit. Did I'm crazy or did that not do anything to it? Over here. Are you? Don't care about you.
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load of previous.
Maybe I should be focusing on these other ones. That's weird. It like remembers if I have the target thing on. Why? Where is it? Where did it load me?
Aye, sir.
What? Did I not do anything to it? Ah!
The Enterprise has been destroyed. Load of previous.
Target analysis off. Target analysis off.
It's like target analysis stays between the save states. Is that what's happening?
Aye, sir.
Can't really tell.
Shields are falling. Our weapons are. Our weapons are.
Did the save get moved up or something? Yeah, I might need to reload. I don't know. That was nice. I was actually able to shoot it for a bit there.
Aye, sir.
Yeah, there's a reason why I think the better games just don't have you die. Okay, what was before fight? Shoot. Alright.
There is no There is no response.
Was it, okay, where was I on this part?
With impulse power on
weapons.
Power allocated to sensors indicate that.
Okay. What if it's worth trying the other option?
I should have known you.
We can, Captain. All weapons trapped in the Enterprise.
Activate cloaking.
Not too soon, I hope.
Watch yourself.
Enterprise to Captain Kirk.
We're fine, Lieutenant.
Sir, we picked...
No incident.
Aye, Captain.
Come on. Yeah, we know we're being beamed. I'm like slouching. Like, I've been concentrating too hard.
Captain's log, Stardate.
Captain,
I had bad experiences with
Fascinating. Captain, I am...
Captain, it's transponder code.
Sensors in...
open hailing frequencies. Increased warp factor 8. Send open hailing frequencies. Increased warp factor 8. Send a message to Starfleet.
It has to be right.
Captain, that ship.
Captain, we're...
Captain Kirk,
I remember you.
the old Verdun.
How did you manage to build a comp? You have 10 seconds to lower your shields and power down your weapons.
Well, of course I'll turn off my shields and power down my weapons. And while I'm at it, I'll
man.
make you king of my planet and rename my firstborn son after you.
Save new game. Too many games. Save new game. Replace.
Ah, shit, we missed our chance to shoot at it. That was maybe not great.
There are several...
Fucking hell. Let me see what happens if I load that. Hey, Birdo, Sars, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Wait. Oh my god, I don't have my weapons up. Right. God damn it.
Raising shields.
Arming weapons.
That's some damage I'm doing. Where'd you go?
Target analysis off.
No,
Target
turn that on.
analysis off.
There are several Elassie...
Damn it. Come on. Oh, that's nice. Come on.
The Enterprise has been destroyed.
That's better. Jeez.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields. Target analysis off. Analysis off.
Aye, sir.
There are several Elassie ships closing in.
The shields are falling! Our weapons are off. Our weapons are off. I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
The Enterprise has been
So
destroyed.
there's a point where it's like if I'm like staring her down, I kind of don't want to just keep changing fire. I kind of just want to get out of the way. I just get destroyed.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
Oh, where are you? I lose you. There you are.
There are several Elassie ships closing.
Good for them.
Aye, sir.
Damn it, where are you?
Our weapons are offline. I don't know how long she... Aye, sir.
Ah.
The
Closer.
Enterprise has been destroyed. Load of previously...
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
There are several
Man, I really had a good lock on that time. Get out of there for a moment. Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Aye, sir. The shields are falling. Our weapons are offline. Our weapons
Ow,
are...
we're
I don't know
destroying
how
it.
long she can take it.
Doing so good. Emergency power. Oh, come on. It was... Okay. Just gotta get that lucky and even luckier, apparently. It's fine.
Arming weapons.
Do that.
Aye, sir.
Raising shields.
Shields repaired, Captain.
Where are you? If I can track them through this, I do really
There are
well.
several Elassi.
Okay, like, I'm close to getting one of the Elassie, too, which would be very
Aye,
helpful.
sir.
Come on. We lost it. Oh. Gotta move. Doing good till we weren't. Does that really have all of its shields back? Is that what that's saying? Because that's upsetting. Ah.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can take it.
I think this is the last thing in the game. Yeah. We're getting there.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
I think I went down last time and I was able to track him. I don't know.
There are several Elassi.
It's like, I do a lot of damage to the Elassie, I'm just not finishing them off.
Aye, sir. Our weapons are offline. I don't know how long she...
Already? Firing one laser, okay.
The Enterprise has been loaded previous.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
Can I... Let's go reverse. Ah, where'd you go?
There are several Elassie.
Offline? I don't know how long.
A lot of damage to it, but not enough.
Aye, sir.
Let's get one ship down, man. Just one ship. Get out of the way, Enterprise. I wasn't shooting at you for once.
The Enterprise has been disload a previously saved game.
Arming weapons.
Aye, sir. Shields repaired, Captain.
Raising shields.
Again, how do I lose them here? That's why I don't see
There
it.
are several
Man, then they just all shoot at me at once and I'm toast.
I don't know how long she... Aye, sir.
Only 40 minutes left. Ugh, this is taking longer than I expected. I can't stop now.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
Got to slow down right away.
There are several Elassie ships.
Aye, sir. I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
Where are my phasers?
The Enterprise has been disloaded previously saved.
I have to push so many buttons at the beginning here. First, most important ones are weapons in reverse. Shields can wait because he can't fire me right away.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
There we go. That's better.
There are several
Just fire.
Disarming weapons.
No, don't do that.
Arming weapons.
I don't know how long she can take it, Captain.
Shields, Captain.
No, don't do that. Oh, I lowered my shield by accident.
The Enterprise has been
I ain't really fucking up. Okay, it was closer. That was a lot of fire. I really pumped lead into him, but not quite enough yet.
Arming weapons.
Aye, sir.
Raising shields.
Shields repaired, Captain.
How do I lose? Sometimes I lose it here, and that's a problem.
There are several.
I want.
analysis of.
Aye, sir.
Are you?
I don't know how long.
I don't think this is the run. Yeah, this is the run, by the way. Welcome. You didn't think it'd be this.
The Enterprise has been disloaded previous.
Arming weapons.
How do I keep doing that?
Aye, sir.
Raising shields.
Shields repaired, Captain.
I mean, that is really hammering into him. Not quite enough. Where are you?
There are several
More shields, Captain.
No.
Raising shields.
Aye, sir.
Come on, give me the Enterprise. And now I can't fucking see anything. That's good. Ah!
Has been destroyed. Previously saved data.
Arming weapons.
Aye, sir.
Raising shields.
Shields repaired.
Man,
There are several
see, this is such a good start, but it's not enough. Oh, come on, kill that guy. Where are you? That's the first time the music sounds. I killed one of them, I think. I got one. That's why there's happy music. Holy shit, we got one. We got one. Okay. Part of me thinks I should save. But let's just, well, we can always make a save. Just in case.
Aye, sir.
Let's repair the shields.
Save new game. Too many games. Save new.
Let's not replace that save. I don't feel that confident in that.
Save new.
Fight 2. We are repairing the shields, right?
Aye, sir.
Good. Don't worry about the Enterprise yet.
Aye, sir.
Get a shot in, why not? Funsies. Where are you? I want the other ship, not you. Come on. Dang, he's probably getting repairs in. Oh, there you go. Good. Oh, how did I miss this? That's another one. Let's go. Holy crap.
Save new game. Replace.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Where the hell are you? Where's the Enterprise? Oh, hell yeah, that's big. Taking their systems down. How are ya? Come on. That shields are up. Our shields are up too. Should be.
Target analysis off.
Yeah, they're coming up.
Target analysis on.
Come on.
Die!
Well, that's over. Duplicate Enterprise indeed. That alien contraption was no match for the real thing.
What if the Vardain have more Constitution-class vessels?
The Federation will blockade Vardain until they agree to destroy their weapons facilities and all non-authorized ships.
Message from Starfleet, Captain.
You get 0 points.
We have read your report on the destruction
I'll
of the
I'll
USS
take 'em.
Republic and evaluate your performance.
I don't know what else you want.
5%.
Yeah, that's fine.
You and your crew received 2 commendation points. Well done, Captain. Keep up the good work. We have reviewed your overall performance for this year at 64%, Enterprise. A competent performance, Captain.
Competent?
You have met Starfleet standards that we expect out of a starship captain. Good luck on future missions.
Thanks, Admiral.
That was a rather underwhelming evaluation.
It was a logical appraisal, Captain. We did make numerous
No, we didn't.
That's what being human is about, Spock. We aren't machines.
What mistakes?
We're imperfect.
Everything was great.
I had noticed that, Doctor, from a cursory glance.
I think
at
I
your
missed
history.
3 total
Indeed,
points in the whole
given
game.
The number of errors that humanity has made.
The challenge, Mr. Spock, is to learn from your mistakes and make yourself a better person. It's something we can do on our next mission.
Want to bet?
Warp Factor 2 to our next destination, Mr. Suda.
Is the ending that much different if you get max points? Should there be music?
Very few people have the ability to fire up our imaginations and make us think about the human condition. Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, was one of those people. He took us where no man has gone before and beyond. He created a starship, its crew, and an entire universe and brought them to life for millions of people. Without Gene, there would have been no Star Trek computer game or a Star Trek television series. Gene Roddenberry, born 1921, died 1991. We honor your memory.
Well, I wasn't expecting a full-on eulogy there. I guess this was the year he passed. Huh, that was nice.
Load a previously saved game.
No.
Restart the game.
Let's do it again. We gotta get better score.
Demon World.
Though the Enterprise's primary...
Captain Patterson report.
The Republic. Anyways,
Yes, quit the game.
I can't help but notice I didn't get any credits, which concerns me. Concerns me greatly. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna find the best ending. See if it looks significantly different. Doesn't count as Dan, this isn't Blight Club. Oh, God. My cursor feels so slow when I'm outside that game, by the way. Because it moves so fast in there. Oh. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, yeah, I'm opening those up. We'll look at those in a second. Oh, thank you. Server not found. What the hell are you talking about, Firefox? Computer's been a little weird today. There we go. I just had to try a few times. Okay. 1 second. It's like a way to do some. Okay.
Duplicate enterprise indeed. Have more constitution
amazing
class
video
recipes.
We have read your report on the destruction of the USS Republic.
You can get 4
and
points?
Evaluate your performance at 100%.
No wonder I was so low.
You and your crew received 4 commendation points. We have reviewed your overall listen, Jim. Just magnificent. This will end up in the Starfleet Academy textbooks. My congratulations to you and your crew. They're talking about making you an admiral, Jim. But for now, I'm authorized to give you and your crew shore leave.
Shore leave at last.
I think we earned shore leave, to be clear.
Star, Jim. You'll love it.
Where you will no doubt, Doctor, wallow in sensory overload and emotional display.
Well, heck, Spock, it wouldn't be any fun otherwise. Jim, we've got to find some way to get this Vulcan to let his ears down.
Spock, you will come with us, won't you?
I cannot let go by a chance to study the primitive and raw emotional outbursts at the level I anticipate, Captain.
We're going on
That's the
vacation
spirit,
together.
Spock. Okay, Admiral. What are you waiting for?
I've got some adventure left in me before I accept an admiral's desk job, Bones. Take us out of here, Mr. Sulu. Warp factor 4. People have button gone the entire trick for your memory.
Yeah, it doesn't play the credits. But you just get a different thing at the end there. I was like suggesting the gamer rap too right now. So, okay, nothing crazy there. So I don't need to play it all again. I'm curious. Like, you can get. I would like to see a max score playthrough of this game, I suppose. I did like the game. I'm not gonna review it. Like, let's see, what's scoring it? I like the game. It definitely has like the usual point-and-click adventure game kind of like obtuseness, and then a little bit extra because of that point system. I see what they were trying to do with the point system, but especially some of them. Like, I did like the missions all ended very positively, and because like the arbitrary point system, they're like, well, but you didn't like solve all the puzzles. Well, I didn't need to solve the puzzle. Well, but you didn't solve it. I'm like, all right, whatever. If you sure, but it was fun. I liked the episodic nature of it quite a bit. I think that's neat. Like each thing did feel like episode. Like, you know, all of those could have actually worked as episodes of Star Trek, for sure. Like those plots were all fun. So yeah, I liked it. Oh, we get to add another DOS game that did, in fact, run on DOSBox, everybody. I'm curious to check out Judgment Rights someday. So, I think I'd give it a 7. It was good. Really, as a fan of Star Trek, really enjoyed it. All right, so let's see what these are. So these are... I see, so pick the best year for each console. Is that what I'm doing here? You guys see that? A little bit for you. So, here's the Nintendo 64. Okay, It's not. I think so. 98's got Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, F-Zero X, Rogue Squadron, or like a Yoshi Story. I kind of have a soft spot for. Like 96 is Mario 64, which is so. Unlike everybody who listens to my podcast, I don't just see which one has my favorite game and then pick that year. Even though like Mario 64 is by far the best. So 96 with Mario 64 and Wave Race 64 is incredible. And then you have Pilot Wing 64, which is really good. And Killer Instinct, which doesn't do that much for me. Cruising USA, yeah. It's either 98 and 97 is certainly not bad. Nor is 99. I mean, these are all pretty good. 2001. Yeah, they're all pretty good. I think I would probably pick 98. That's then maybe 96. 98. All right, we got another console. So here's one for the PS2. This is going to be interesting. Because this one doesn't even have a 2001 because that year wasn't very good for the PS2. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy X, I think. So, ooh. Well, I can look at 2002 already. Who wants to play Soul Calibur 2 on the freaking PS2? Oh, that's gross that Beautiful Joe's even on here. Man, I do not think of Psychonauts. I do not think of Psychonauts or Resident Evil 4 as PS2 games. 2006 is actually pretty good. I mean, they don't even have like God of War 2 in 2006, which I think is right. Maybe it's 2000. Actually, it might be 2007. Might be 2007. But Kingdom Hearts 2, Bully, Final Fantasy 12, that's really freaking strong right there alone. Devil May Cry 3. I don't actually love Okami, but still. It's honestly probably 2006 followed by 2002 is pretty freaking good. It's 2006 followed by 2002. Then the last one's GameCube. Okay, this will be interesting. Because there's Melee, which is incredible. Super Monkey Ball, yeah. I feel like the GameCube is surprisingly even spread. Although now I'm looking at 2003, you get Wind Waker, Esther Jack, Soul Calibur 2. And those three are amazing. And then Double Dash and Kirby Air Ride are a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm going to have to say 2003. Followed by 2001 just for like Melee, honestly. So I'll say yeah. I mean, 2002 is also great. Yeah, Metroid Prime. Yeah, it's a pretty even spread for the GameCube. What I like about it. Here, you go ahead and post them, Ken. You got GBA, Wii, and Xbox. Let's take at this point. Let's go ahead. Doesn't take too long. We'll finish up here. I want to bring them up on the Bonkers and Nintendogs now. We already for doing it here. I don't know. I think this is fine. It's a pretty visual component for something that can be an audio podcast. Oh, I'm tired. That took longer than I thought because of that last fight. Jeez. Xbox. Okay. Yeah, it's weird when they kind of... I mean, that's a good port of Metal Gear Solid 2, I guess. Boy, I might say 2003. You get KOTOR, Crimson Skies, and Panzer Dragoon Orta, SSX3, and Project Gotham. Yeah. Plenty of good years here. I mean, 2004 is actually also really good now that I look at it. Yeah, Burnout 3, Ninja Gaiden, Riddick, Fable's, fun. Probably 2004 next. I have a big soft spot for 2003, though. Big soft spot for 2003. So I do that. You don't care about a single game on this list, dude? Have you haven't played KOTOR or Crimson Skies? I want to play Morrowind at some point in my life. Burnout 3? Wii. Whatever year Mario Galaxy 1 or 2 came out in. Let's see. Yeah, there's no way this isn't going to be one of the Mario Galaxy years. God. This console. Oof. I mean, I haven't even played Sin and Punishment 2 yet, but I bet it's amazing. Man. I don't know. Cave Story made the list? Yeah. I guess I'll say 2007. Why? Because Mario Galaxy. Why not? And GBA. This one will be good. I don't know why it's in such a lower res compared to the other ones. All right, 2002 is already looking pretty good, which is, well, it's just okay. Golden Sun, and Metroid Fusion. I do like that remake of Kirby's Adventure. Okay, oof. You get Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green and Metroid First Zero Mission. This is another pretty even spread, honestly. Like, a lot of my favorite games, because like my favorite games for the console are like Finish Cap, Zero Mission, you know, Fusion. This is a pretty even spread. Like if I do 2005, I get maybe the best Pokemon game for the platform, a really good WarioWare, Minish Cap, and a good Fire Emblem. I don't care about the King of Swing or this Yoshi game at all. That's the problem. Don't care about those at all. In fact, I couldn't find it hard to believe these were the two best they could pick else. Yeah, where are the Castlevania games? This list is a little weird. Like, you don't have Circle of Moon for 2001? When did Aria of Sorrow come out? When did Aria of Sorrow come out? Because if that came out like 2005, and we have Donkey Kong or King of Swing, Aria's 2003. I mean, look, it's a little crowded in here. But come on, who cares about the Mario Advance games? Honestly, if you put Aria of Sorrow into 2003 instead of Super Mario Bros. 3, that probably wins. It's 2003 because they forgot Aria of Sorrow. There. How about that? Mystery solved. There you go. Yeah, it looks like this one's maybe all first party, I guess, which is a silly way to do it, I think. All right, there you go. That was fun. Thank you. All right, everybody. We've Star Trek. Someday we'll do this game's sequel. Which I suddenly forgot the name of. Something to do with demons. Judgment Rights. I haven't actually bought that one yet. We will. That's good to do a point-click adventure game. We'll figure something else to do here soon. I guess when my Dreamcast memory card thing's coming in. Oh, wait, what's the name of this Star Trek Next Generation point-and-click adventure game? What the hell? I don't think it's for sale on a Final Unity. Yeah, how have I never even heard of this? Spectrum Holobyte made it. Who the hell is that? They also did the 16-bit TNG game. Oh, it's like, okay, boy, it looks interesting. Looks really weird. It's weird because, like, sometimes, like, I mean, we just have to find this game probably on, like, the Internet Archives. It is probably not for sale on GOG. I want to just even see what a little bit of this game looks like, because I have no idea. I've never even heard of this. Must be a bit more even like a Myst.
But Dr. Hoon Porsche was cataloging Morassian species exclusively. Why would she want genetic samples?
Oh my god, hell yeah.
I don't concern myself with the lab work.
It's hideous. Oh, it's got like weird digitized people.
To our vault, which holds the trophies we have won in the
Oh, it looks so ugly. Hell yeah.
You may take up to 3
then we'll go back to that area where the guys
uses neurotranquilizers, which could have stunned Dr. Hoon Force without trigger.
You've got to be kidding.
Apparently, this object is capable of sending false readings to our sensors.
Oh, we gotta figure out how to play this game. I wonder if it is Scum VM compatible. I'm gonna look that up right now. Scum. Not supported. No. Wait, what do you mean it was made in Unity? No. Yeah, Oh, it's a DOS game. It's also a Windows CD-ROM game. It should work on DOSBox then. I mean, we just played the CD-ROM version of 25th Anniversary on DOSBox. I assume you can still use DOSBox for CD-ROM games. We'll look into it. I mean, we would play Thing first. I would still play Judgment Rights first. I just can't believe this game exists. Whenever I hear people talk about Star Trek games, like, this one does not come up. I still want to play it. Yeah, I still want to play the 16-bit Genesis and Deep Space Nine games as well. Then there's that Deep Space Nine action game, which, again, you can't really get anymore. Star Trek games. It's a weird world out there. All right. Let's see, it's late now. Is there anybody we can raid? Thank you again to Mary for the raid earlier. Looks like Snowbike Mike is doing more Zelda-ing. Probably still Twilight Princess, I'm guessing. I wonder if Snowbike Mike likes Star Trek. Oh, sorry about that. We'll maybe check out the Vine Sauce some other time, but I do want to raid Mike. All right. Thank you again for hanging out today, everybody. Bombcast tomorrow. I'll talk a bit more about my trip to New Orleans. I'll talk about Star Trek 25th anniversary now. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be terrific. All right, everyone. Thanks again. Say hi to Mike for me. Talk to you later. Man, that stream was much longer than I thought. What? Really? I've been streaming for 5 hours? What? How much of that was just on that ship fight? Jeez. Beat me up.